Damas y caballeros, tengan todos ustedes muy buenos días. Bienvenidos
Good
a esta.
morning, everyone, and welcome to this second day of the second edition of Agromin 2021 virtual platform. We would like to greet you all, those who are connected from different parts from Peru, but also from different countries. Online conferences allowed us to be possible. Yesterday, we were able to listen to recognized and well-known speakers from abroad and from Peru. They were able to share with all of us issues on big changes and the great opportunities for these two different sectors. We have heard from mining and agriculture. We've been out from now on water resource management and how important it is to look at all these changes. And we agree that all these are key essential points that are so important for the Peruvian context. And we should probably depend more on each of these topics. We hope we achieve these goals today. Today, we will be talking on successful responses in the Peruvian agriculture and mining sector. And the subtopic of this morning is sustainable territorial development. Before beginning with this first session, we would like to thank the sponsors for trusting Agromin, Southern Peru Copper, Sociedad Minera Cero Verde, collaborator, AGAS, Association for the Agricultural Sustainable Development, Poderosa Mining Company, Energetic Consortium of Huancavelica, Conegua, the British Embassy, Ferreiros, Update Peru, IPESA, Macusani, Yellow Cake SAC, American Lithium, Minsur SAC, Montali S.A., Minera Yanacocha Mining Company, Antamina Mining Company, and junior collaborators, which is Goldfield, La Cima, MMG, Las Bambas, Pan American Silver Peru, Mining Boro, Miskichilca. To all of you, thank you for joining us and supporting this event. Before we start, we would like to remind you that we have interpretation available into English and Quechua. If you were here yesterday, you already know how to use it. Then, when you get into the main room, you can
El de quechua no está
click
traduciendo.
into the different options. Enter, you will be going through English and you will be listening to the English channel. Or if you want to hear Quechua, you can click on Yauhui. You have those three different options throughout this whole conference. We will start with this first subtopic, territorial development and economic corridors. We will have speakers, panel members, and a moderator. In this case, Celsia Obregon. She is an agronomist from the National Agrarian University La Molina with international specialization at Lincoln University in rural development projects. She has completed a master's degree in agribusiness in Food at University del Pacifico, and as a researcher scientist, she conducts with University of Wisconsin-Madison and the Potato Yam-Plus Bank of the United States. Her work is focused on the reassessment and empowerment of the Andean agriculture as the source of food security, agro-industrial, socioeconomic, and cultural development, having the potato as an ancestral articulation axis and with great potential for the future. She is the founder of the Association for Sustainable Development of Peru, ADES Peru, an institution that promotes the potato and other Andean crops and manages the 30th National Potato Day. In June 2017, she received the Chaquitaquia Agro Exportadora award granted by the Association of Exporters and in the category Researcher of the Year. We would like Sylvia Obregon. Good morning. Do we have the engineer Sylvia? We would like to invite her to turn on her camera so that we can see her and hear her. Sometimes technical issues and we always try to solve them. Let's hope that the engineer Sylvia can join us pretty soon. But we would like to recall you that we have also business roundtables during this conference. We have the different stands from companies and organizations that are joining us that you may visit.
A recordar algunos de ellos.
Go through them so that you can, whenever you have some time, or maybe during lunchtime when we have this break, you can come and visit some of the specific stands. It is really nice to see the support of all these different companies, associations. We have Poderosa Farming Port, Ferreiros also have a stand in Gemet, IPESA, Land Peru, in the Ministry of Engineering and Mining, Newmont, Yanacocha, Cerro Verde, Southern Peru, Che Group, Mensur, Montali, Matusani, Yellow Cake, the UK Embassy, Peruvian Chamber of Commerce. We also have Euroelec Peru, ADAX, the Association of Irrigation, ADRIT, and we also have the Peru, Citepapa, the Association of Unions, Irrigation of Peru, TechSoup, the producers of Peru, TEDOX, Contratista SAC, Caldarumi SAC, K Consulting, Association Los Andes from Cajamarca, ALAC, the MAT, the Potato Museum, the Museum of Biodiversity, Peru Lactea, Tacna Innova, CIPE Agroindustrial Moquegua. To all of them, thank you. They're part of the business roundtable. You can come and visit them throughout these days. Now we have Sergio Obregón. Welcome. I will give you the floor so that you can start with this first topic. Engineer, please turn on your mic. Hi, good morning, everyone. This is the second Agromin Day, the second day of the second edition. And today's topic is territorial development and economic corridors. We will have three main speakers, keynote speakers with us today, and then we will invite two panel members. Each of them will be speakers specifically will be talking 25 minutes and panel members will have 15 minutes turns. We'll be dealing with territorial development and economic corridors. We will invite Juan Rodolfo Bisner, chairman at the Association of Sustainable Agriculture and Rancho Development. Juan Rodolfo share a presentation with us. We invite IT to share the slides of her presentation.
Dejar de compartir. Sí, Ivana, estoy acá presente. Estoy esperando que.
I'm here. I'm just waiting for you to share my bio. I should just simply start with the presentation. I think that there was a brief bio shared by Juan Rodolfo. I don't know whether you can share it or um, so you can go ahead and share the PPT with us. Juan Rodolfo, maybe you can start sharing. Okay, great. Can you confirm if you can watch what I'm sharing? Yes, perfect. So, should I start now? Is that right? Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation to Agromin organizers who have thought of me to be part of this conference. I'm representing ADAS today, which is the Association of Sustainable Agriculture Development in Libertad region. This is a great opportunity for us to let the public know the main goals and objectives of our work, specifically related to territorial development and economic corridors in the areas where we are working on. I will briefly start by sharing a story which is related to the work that we are currently developing at ARAS. More than 35 years ago, Colombia, I was able to manage as a vice president of operations a banana plantation of 4,000 hectares in an area of 20,000 hectares of banana plantations. At that time, social development and employee social protection were not necessarily as strong as it is. Now, it just led to a crisis in the army guerrilla in Colombia, took control of all these hectares in Urabá, Colombia. The consequences from this event were awful, since there were lots of deaths and huge, big, sad events. It's a result of a lack of connection between the agricultural production and the bettering of the social conditions. I was leading at that time the operation. Of course, the guerrilla group asked to leave Colombia, and I went to California Valley, San Joaquin Valley specifically. And San Joaquin is a valley that has more or less 500 kilometers of length by 80 width. Those are 45 million of hectares cultivated with high genetic values,
Soporte Agromin también,
pears,
que hacen para acá.
peaches, apples, pears, vegetables. It is the most important agricultural land in the US, and I spent there 13 years of my life. And after I come to Peru 23 years ago to lead the development of an important company in the irrigation project
Usted, señorita.
Chavimoche, which is called Camposol. The importance of the story I'm just sharing with you is to highlight the fact that w- living such an awful experience on the economic progress of an agro export area and living the lack of balance in between the progress of the company and the social development of the population. I was aware of the fact that that should not be repeated again. When I went to Chavimoche, I realized that lack of balance should not
Búsquela, no, no la tiene
prevail
registrada.
in Chavimoche. I was invited then to be
Toma
part
foto
of
y envíala en el
this
grupo.
um,
Pregunta quién es, por favor.
section on development and economic corridors on agro export areas because it is an essential pillar for us in the Association for the Sustainable Agricultural Association ARAS.
No, 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 no lo he puesto.
I'll talk about the beginnings of the agro industry in the region.
No, es que mira, no lo he puesto así, señorita.
25 years ago,
Sí.
the operation Project Chavimoche
Espérate, espérate, espérate.
started with the procurement process for the different land. We had basically sandy land that looked pretty much like what is now look the California Valley, a desertic valley, desertic areas with a moderate climate using water from irrigation systems. So we saw the huge potential of the area, and by 1995, first developments in growing in using of irrigation channels started. This clearly show is shown in these graphs. This graph shows how in 2005 exports were non-existent, and by 2020, so last year, we got values up to 2,500 million US dollars, and we expect that by 2021 export values will exceed these values. In the last column, do you see in the chart with an asterisk shows that these are data from January to October, so we're still missing November and December. Forecasts will probably reach the 1,600. Um, this is such a wonderful territorial development thanks to the support of the government with such an irrigation program in an area where no water was previously available. And this other chart shows the fantastic progress and development of the area as well. We see how employment creation standard along the years. In average, you would say that they will reach up to 80,000 direct employment per year. But so far in 2021, these values get up to 130,000 direct employment opportunities, formal jobs, recognized jobs with all the different social protection and labor rights.
se suma a los grandes logros de
The
la
economic growth of Chavimochic, we count uh, the different successes of Peru. What we have experienced in Peru is a miracle, an extraordinary development thanks to climate conditions, the geographical location, based also on the support for projects, and also on an important legislation 26 17, which was probably one of the main drivers that have promoted development, what we can call the miracle of the Peruvian agribusiness. The miracle is represented in this graph. By 2020, at the end of this graph, we get up to the 7 million US dollars on fruit exports, and we expect that for 2021, this number will be exceeded and get up to 8 million US dollars. This whole development has gone through 20 years. It is the envy of any neighbor country in Colombia, in Central America, Chile, Argentina. When they look at this development, they say this is an extraordinary event. And again, this is thanks to the support of the government. 2020, last year, by December last year, we experienced a severe crisis. Born in Ica, claims of workers services related to outsourcing. They were abusing um, working conditions of workers. Such a delicate issue that created social unrest in Chavimochic and then created big issues, unfortunate issues. Operation was closed for more than a week with losses of human lives. Two workers and external individuals died due to the closure of the highway. Such an unfortunate event. This crisis let businessmen thought on the ways and the conditions that we may have in order to reduce the risk of such a severe event in the future. And we have recognized that there are several pending tasks. Sustainability. Comprehensive sustainability is key so that the values and the development could still be a reality in the future, but also could keep on growing in the long run. We have identified several deficiencies: household, energy, education, health for communities where we operate. It is mandatory for the government to respond against these services, but we also understand that the speed of the economic growth in the area did not allow the government to gain at the same speed and cover those needs. Businesses along the agro-export area of Chavimochic, which are 36 companies generating the total of employment opportunities in that sense, and we exported 1.5 million US dollars. We get closer together and find the common points because we realized that alone we could not solve those big issues. So coming together is a needed requirement, not only joining forces among companies, which is something that we have achieved due to the crisis. And maybe I would like to highlight the fact that crises are good opportunities. And this is actually a very good example showing that it is true. Because due to the crisis of 2020 and with the goal of coming together to find solutions towards these problems, is that ADAS is born. ADAS, the Association for the Sustainable Agriculture Development, in 98, at the very beginning of the investments on exports for Chavimochic, and the original name is APTCH, the Association of Chavimochic Owners. All these different businesses come together and decided to change the name and the purpose, the CH, so we turned into the Association of Sustainable Agriculture Development. We changed our statutes, set up goals, and look at the different common goals and change the name so that we can actually respond to the current date events. Challenges are simple in the way we formulate them to understand them, but since we're working together, we would like to implement as a goal a new model, an innovative and sustainable model focused on the healthy development of the communities where we operate. On the 20 years we were working, businesses have developed, they're now world-class businesses, but communities are not necessarily following that same trend. Therefore, as a goal, we would like to help and contribute so that this business success is also translated and replicated at the community level. As becoming permanent communities and business of inequality that we still see around of a healthy exchange, the a respectful dialogue of all the different stakeholders with a serious commitment on sustainability at the long term in order to guarantee quality job opportunities and the improvement of quality of life of our collaborators and the communities where we operate. This commitment has been translated into the change of the whole organization, and it allows us to redefine our goal, Desmond. We need to work strongly to promote unity among different businesses, which is probably one of the main goals we have achieved. 36 companies working together as a unity to create social and environmental benefits for the community. Social, cultural, and economic impact have to be developed with business tools and techniques. We would like to enhance basic values for coexistence, and probably one of the most important one is a respect to each other, respecting of their rights, so that we can create trust among each other. ARAS is a association that creates a space for a social dialogue. We are agents of change that want to change mindsets, and we believe that we're going to become in the main epicenter of creativity and innovation. If we focus on people, we actually focus on the society. If we behave together with other individuals, with people, we are going to have good results and good results in our society as well. ARAS is an association, which means progress and social peace. This is our commitment. The impact we are looking forward is to move from an area which was gray, desertic, with no life, to a time of flourishing, so that there is a regional impact at the corridor, but uh, that may have an impact other different areas so that they could replicate the pathway. Rodolfo, you just have 2 minutes left. Okay, thank you. We need to work together. This is what we have achieved so far. So these are the very simple first steps that are creating big results. This is a pipeline, a bypass pipe line that we have built in order to provide potable water to people. This is another security study for Chao Viru, for instance, and this is the economic support for the 3 oxygen plants. Chao and Viru have now traffic lights that will allow a more efficient traffic flow. We are building a bridge at the Panamericana so that they could release some of the traffic in the main road. We have also worked with supporting COVID campaigns with molecular testing campaigns. We have also supported in the expansion of Victor Soles Hospital at Peru, disinfection of streets, main squares in Trujillo, Chao, and Guadalupito. And we have fumigated more than 800 households to fight against the dengue. We have donated also oxygen balance and tents and beds for the hospital of Chao, an important economic support for Respira campaign, Breathe Peru campaign, and we have also supported on the health care center in Chao. And this is probably one of the most important works. This is in Chao. This is a PPP. This is uh, the construction of a hospital, which was a highly expected project in the region, with a total investment on 11 million soles for the whole construction, $6,000 that others were company support so that we could help the construction of this hospital. Equipment will probably cost around 15,000 soles, and operations will have that same value in an annual basis. This is a hospital with several beds and surgery centers, all the different specialties that we may require by the community. This is what we can achieve together, and that's unbelievable. And that's exactly the last message that I would like to share with you. I would like to invite the mining sector together with agricultural sector. We can together achieve even more. The invitation to all mining companies to share big dreams together so that we both, mining and agribusinesses, all the different challenges facing by our communities. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for your participation, Juan Rodolfo Wisner. As we have heard, it is so important in a specific territory we could join forces, and this is something Juan Rodolfo just shared. Now we will move to the next speaker.
I am going to introduce Mr. Carlos Paredes. He has a BMA in the University of Cusco. At present, he's the national coordinator in Sierra Productiva in Chachi. Chachi in Quechua means to teach. He has important recognitions like the gold medal from FAO in agriculture, dialogues and culture, sustainability for Okay, I am on now. Good morning. Good morning.
En la prueba han habido dificultades y la presentación va a ser llevada por la...
The presentation will be made by the team, organizing team. Hello. Please give us some minutes. Your presentation is going to be presented. You can go on.
¿Ya? O sea, yo simplemente empiezo a exponer.
So I just have to start my presentation.
Así es, señor Carlos. Estamos en la primera pantalla, en la primera diapositiva.
Espero entonces la indicación para iniciar mi presentación.
Well, let me know when
Señor
I can
Carlos,
begin
ya
my
se lo han
presentation.
presentado. ¿Cómo le va? Ya lo han presentado. Usted puede iniciar a partir de
And
este
begin
momento,
your
por favor.
presentation, please.
Bueno, muy agradecido
Well, thank you very much to
la
Agromin
oportunidad de
for this opportunity
exponer una experiencia
to share
que tenemos en Sierra
the experience that we have in Sierra
que está
Productiva,
referida a
which is related
acciones que hemos tenido
to activities that we have performed
en distintas zonas del país
in different areas of the
y
country
empresas mineras.
and in several mining companies. Sierra Productiva is a basic social entrepreneurship that started in 1994, and we are celebrating now 27 years of work. This is an entrepreneurship that is led by the Departamental Federation of Peasants of Cusco and the Peasant Confederation of Peru. We are present in 27, he corrects himself, in 17 regions of Peru, and we have served around 100,000 families. The experience that started our performance agreement with some mining companies took place in the north, in Santiago de Chuco community, providing service to 200 families in the community, implementing 18 technologies. A problem arose at the beginning. The farmers trying for the company to make a fast decision, they showed that water was at a very short distance from their lands. But once we saw the scenario, we found that they had an average of 1 or 2 kilometers away. So we thought that this could be the topic that Barrick Mining had said, that we were talking about 100 meters, but things became a little bit more complicated. However, we appreciated the flexibility from Barrick Mining Company that said, let's go ahead. We made a draft agreement that we never signed, and this was highlighted by the fact that the word had more importance than the paper. In that sense, every meeting that we held with the farmers, with society, we highlighted the fact the word is more valuable than papers. This experience has allowed a significant development in the development of families and the influence in the province of Santiago de Chuco that benefited 400 families in projects, and then 400 more families, totaling 800. 400 families were pending that to be served by the municipal government, but the new municipal government did not implement that. At the same time, this implied the replication of this experience in Otusco, Culcán, and Sánchez Carrión, where we also have implemented this. And in Cajamarca, Jaén, Cutervo, Cajabamba, and also in Ancash had an influence. This experience was for Sierra Productiva and Yechakchik and the Barrick Company to be awarded national and international awards in several presentations. You can see here in the 3 slides that belong to the Barrick company that has disseminated this information globally. You can see here how they value the importance of having intervened in this approach of productive development. Secondly, we had another performance with mining Sur in a location called Acoyani, district of Acoyani, in the province of Carabaya, department of Puno. Here we had a challenge that was very important because the area has 4,300 meters high, and the high floor is 4,800 meters. Our participation was between 4,500 and 4,800 meters, achieving the following. All the performance was made within the crops with greenhouses. And for each family, we placed three phytosols, one to grow pasture, vegetables, and grains. There was a significant cultural change. A society that was in the alpaca growing, that's livestock of high mountain, changed their chain of knowledge to become a society uh, working agriculture and livestock. And now they cultivate all types of products. As I was saying, vegetables, tubercles, and pasture. In the case of pastures, of grass, there is a very interesting result because within the phytotoldo, you can harvest once a month. That's 12 harvests a year, whereas an open field, we only had 5 harvesting opportunities. This has enabled this area that was able, in addition to alpaca raising, they have changed the living style because they were nomads walking with the alpacas for natural. Are taking place in Ancash, Azángaro, and there are 5 districts in Carabaya, but still transmission was interrupted. I'm sorry, we cannot hear them. I'm sorry, we cannot hear. There are some technical problems.
Estamos intentando retomar la
We're
conexión
trying
con
to
nuestro
reconnect
expositor que ha
with
tenido
our
algunos
speaker
inconvenientes
who had some
técnicos.
technical
En
issues.
breves momentos vamos a
In
intentar
some
retomar
minutes, we will
la
try
conexión con nuestro
restart
expositor
the connection with our speaker
ha tenido algunos
because he
inconvenientes
had some
técnicos y
technical
entonces le vamos
issues.
a invitar nuevamente
Likewise,
a
we
nuestra
would like to
moderadora.
invite our moderator.
Invitamos a la ingeniera Obregón
We invite Engineer Obregón.
para poder continuar, ingeniera, con
So
nuestro
we can
próximo ponente
continue
hasta
with
que
our
podamos
next
solucionar
speaker
este
until
problema.
we can solve this problem. So, well, that is what happens with virtual means now. At some point, he will be back. Now we have the third speaker. We have an important presentation from Leopoldo Monzon. He's a businessman and consultant and mining engineer, graduated from the Catholic University of Peru, specialized in planning and management of projects. He has more than 20 years of professional experience and he has participated in several projects in mining, productive research projects at local and international level. He was an associate director of mining companies and also business consultant in the development of projects and studies in engineering, projects planning, and also in land, environment, and technology. At present, he's the general manager of Prodes Mixac. We give the floor to Mr. Leopoldo. In the second convention, and today I am going to talk about a topic that has been discussed in the past days. I'm going to talk about the territorial development in the basins in Ayacucho, in the Nazca, Lucanas, Tarinacocha, and Caucaran Sarasara corridor. As you know, this topic has been discussed in the several days, in the past days. So now I'm going to share my. Can you see the screen? Could you please tell me? Yes, we can see it. Just we need you to put it in full screen. Okay. Okay, now it's ready. As I was saying, we made the decision to participate today with this presentation, considering that we have been working in these basins for more than 15 years in different projects required by regional governments, local governments, mining companies, and multilateral organizations like the World Bank and the ADB. So this gives us the knowledge, close knowledge of what we are going to discuss today. The presentation has four aspects. The first one, we're going to talk about the location of the corridor very quickly. We are going to locate ourselves where we are, what needs to be interconnected, what is missing, what are the gaps that we need to close. Second, I will tell you about the political situation. As you will understand, because of the events that happened, it is very important to make comments on some elements to take into account. Then I will tell you about the situation of the infrastructure in the area, what is missing, what is available, what are the proposals of the populations. And finally, I will show a proposal of solutions as to how we can reach a comprehensive solution in the two basins and what would be the mechanisms that we could use, the tools that we have available, and the results that we can get. So basically, these are the four aspects of the presentation today. Well, first, the location. This is the location of the four mining projects. Apumayo, it is in the area This is Brea Pampa. This is the place, Cora Cora. Here, the recent meetings with the population took place, and in the highest area of the basins, we have Immaculada and Pallancata mine sites. They belong to two different districts. Immaculada is in Paucar Sarasara, and Pallancata is in a different province. So this is the location. The population in a higher volume is located in this corridor. It goes through Acos, Coracora, Pentacabija, Pascana, and so on. Here you see, if you want to see it from Puquio, there is a first corridor, and here we have a second corridor in the province of Sarasara. The blue dots in different shades show the number of inhabitants. So the first thing we have to differentiate regarding the corridor is that there is little population around the mining activity. That as a first point. And something else that you can see it in the cruise map, the two basins end up in the Pacific Ocean, having the way out to the Pacific Ocean. This is the location of the project of the mines. There are other operations here. In the basin of Ocoña, the Anaquiwa mine site is located. Also, the Ocoña mine for a long time, that they are not part of the discussion today, but they belong also to these corridors of production. There are very important projects around in the neighboring basins in Antabamba province. We have mega projects. The biggest projects of Peru are located here with Minera Las Bambas. We also have the province of Maray and the basin of La Unión in Arequipa. We have also important projects that are developing here, Cayoma, Carcata, and others. So this is a very important mineralized area. Looking at what we found, what has happened in the past 2 years, I'm going to mention 6 important topics. First, I will tell you what happened with education. There is a very serious issue in education. The pandemics of the last 2 years have strengthened the educational crisis. We had to move from face-to-face education to virtual education, but the problem is that more than 40% of the populated areas in this area, in these basins, do not have access to energy, to power. So they had very little access to virtuality. So more than 50% of people didn't have any education in the past 2 years. Regarding education in this area, the schools were deteriorated for 2 years. We find almost 70% of the schools are not enabled to go back to classes. The teachers have not been properly prepared for virtual connection with their students. That was another serious problem. And it is very difficult for the population to go to the places where there was internet connection. This reality has to be taken into account, and it's very important to consider it, because they talk about going to face-to-face classes next year, but the schools are not ready, and we need to have the proper plan. This is one of the factors that the population has gone through this in this time. Regarding the conflicts, We work directly with the communities around mining projects and some remote areas. What we find is they feel that they the companies and these people. They feel that the companies only approach them when they need to have a permit or to get something. They do not come near to them. The pandemics has even pushed away the workers of the companies and even much more the general states. We didn't take care of them completely. So everybody knows that in these areas, they had the highest vote anti-system in the history of Peru. About 90% of the population voted against the candidates because they don't feel represented. They don't feel they are part of the development in this area because there is an issue to be solved immediately. Although it is true that the environmental issue is considered important, but it goes beyond the environmental issue. It is about the need. The environment is just one of the ways to be heard. And we have to take this into account and take it seriously in whatever we do. Another big problem, and bueno, Carlos was explaining that in this area, well, we don't have Sierra Productiva. I would like to have Sierra Productiva first to ensure the food safety because the problem increased now. 7 out of 10 districts are in extreme poverty with child malnutrition increasing and also an increase in the extreme poverty. There was not medical care for systems that were not COVID. There was not budget allocated for other diseases. Another problem, a crime and corruption is very important. What happens is that out of 10 soles that come from the canon or the investment in the area, 7 are lost due to corruption. So the development cannot be seen. The authorities do not do anything about it. We are in the 21st century and we were not able connection of information to learn about what the population wants. In the basins, and that is completely overlooked at present. This is like a mirror. There is much more to discuss about it, but this already gives. Another thing is what I am telling you happens almost in 90% of areas that are related to the has not been reflected, and that explains the results that we have now. Here you can see some figures, more or less 30,000 families in the basins, just for you to see it. In terms of housing, out of 30,000 houses, there are about 23,000 houses that are not well built. 60% do not have connection to sewerage access, no access to water. So the most critical thing is that a large number is not connected to the network. About 7,000 families have that network. In the 21st century, that doesn't happen anywhere in the world. So we need to pay attention and to see the gaps that we need to close in terms of social issues. Now, well, I already mentioned water. Water is the very important element for development. It is the axis for the development, and water has to have a relationship. Water is first for the population to drink clean drinking water that makes sure that there will be less anemia. And secondly, water is very important for irrigation because irrigation generates jobs. There is an important number of hectares to be developed in the area with the altitude floors, with adequate floors, and only because of a poor channeling of water or poor management of the water resources cannot be implemented. And the third one is the water for industrial use. Here, the roles have been mixed, and the industry that has more resources uses the water for the processes, but we have forgotten of the water for the population, irrigation. So this is also very important. Area. We have not managed this adequately. The renewable energy resources, you have seen the gap. At present, that gap can be closed with zero investment. There are investment funds in energy that can place photovoltaic or wind farms. And in this area in particular, we have the highest radiations, I would say. They are in the first ranking of higher radiation of solar energy that it is not used. Finally, if you have water, if you have roads and your products can go straight to the Pacific Ocean. But we have a big deficiency. The deficit of energy will be taken as an opportunity to change the life of this corridor. I think we have understood now the needs and the difference between social policies and the infrastructure works. This is at present now. I will show you now again the populated areas without connection, without connection to the seaway. In all the basins. So there is another factor to be considered. We cannot avoid to speak about development without speaking about the development of all the basins, and that is all the basins, because the populated areas that do not get anything are the ones that are out of the mining activity, and we have to consider a comprehensive basin. hectares ready, but they do not have any water, and they could generate full employment. So we have to have a comprehensive look at the basins. Now I will talk about the proposal of solutions that has four parts. The first one is we need to innovate, we need to use technology. We are in the 21st century. Water can be treated. We have finished studied all the mines and the problems. We know what we're talking about. We know what technology they need. At present, just to give you an example, using technologies like reverse water, extracting heavy metals at a cost that would be lower than our water consumption receipt. So we have to start opening our eyes to technology in water, in renewable energies, in the construction of roads. Today, there is the technology to be used, for example, in the mining tailings, to build roads without contaminating. But we look away from technology. It seems that we are against of doing things well or against applying these new technologies. We want to do always the same thing. We do not want to innovate. And that's a responsibility of the company and the state. The company wants to do something, but nothing to innovate. They do very little to innovate. Abroad, we don't see this happening because abroad there are investment funds of the companies that work in innovation. Large companies in the world are trying to reach zero waste. And here, the businessmen do not want to do anything new. We say, okay, we call your attention, let's change. If we want to have a different view, we have to change. We have to do it. And the second case is digitalization and data transparency, which is very important for us to publish. You have seen this crisis. Nobody speaks. Nobody explains properly what is happening. Nobody is giving the information with open data for continuous monitoring of the water, of the soils. That doesn't cost anything today. You can include all your results to make them available to the population. Now, that connection, the transparency of data, is going to generate the connection with the population. So any farmer through the telephone or by using non-modern technologies, they need to some way to connect. Nobody's making an request from the population in all the basins, neither the state, neither the companies. But they do have the tools to do it. But there is then kind of a neglect. So we need to change that. And finally, today, we have the existing funds to do things well. I'm going to use the example, for example, there are between 13 and 50 million tons of proven reserves in the basins. At present, at these prices, we are talking of an amount that we calculated those prices with the data that each one of these companies in their balance sheet. So by having these funds, and the state is with 30% of income tax. If we bring these values to the present value, we would have funds between 300 and 400 million to develop all the infrastructure that we have explained before. Just as a gross calculation, because we did it in the past days, we do not need more than 200 million in the two basins to implement what I have just suggested with innovation in agriculture, innovation technology, renewable energies, sustainable development, transparency in the data. And this could be done in two ways. Either we put them in a trust fund where activity is allocated funds without going processes that are very lengthy. Nobody's going to say no to make a rule like this. Give me 2 more minutes, please. Thank you. And secondly, by applying mechanism like works for taxes that allows that the taxes that the company have to pay in the future to do this work. So there is money available. There are needs. We have the territory, and we have a population that expects some dignity, but nobody says that we are writing documents every day. And that, just to close, I would like to tell you that the minutes made in the mining only have been complied with on 10 and 15%. So, for example, Las Bambas minutes are done, redone, nobody complies with them, so really it's wasteless. So this is the mechanism, and this is what we are having discussing in the recent years to solve this problem. Thank you very much. Okay, now we are going to retake Carlos' presentation. With Carlos, he is with us again. Carlos, you have the floor now with your presentation. So you can finish your presentation.
Mil perdones. Ha habido un problema
Apologies.
global en la ciudad del Cusco.
There was a blackout in Cusco.
Que ha
And just a few minutes ago, light came back. Anyway,
el tema de la experiencia nuestra en Minera Milpo.
I was talking about our experience at Milpo Mining Company.
Implementando 6 tecnologías.
We were implementing 6 technologies, and the
Sin embargo, el problema que tenía la empresa
communities around Chavin sector
era que tenía 2.500 personas
regularly we have thousands of individuals that were
de Lima,
called
de la ciudad de Chincha.
community members. They were
Este afán que
not.
de la
They
expectativa
normally reside in Lima or Ica, and they become community members just because of a wrong management of the board, which opened the specific list to all. Pressure was coming specifically from these non-community members. When we work on the different projects, peasants do not have a specific plots or parcels. They had 2 to 10 square meters in their lands where they will have 4 or 5 different lettuce or carrots, and that's it. But what they did is to try to store and harvest most of the water available. Since this is a desertic area, trying to use that water, use hoses to transport it and try to work on family units. So we moved from the 60 hectares that they had with all these small parcels up to 300 hectares in one. I don't know whether you're able to see those changes in my slide, but basically this is a revalorization of community members, those small producers that then was reflected into the change of the list of community members in communication between the mining company and community change drastically. In the case of Cajamarca, specifically during the more critical issues raised with Conga, together with families in Bambamarca at that time, and we saw quite interesting results of these dialogues because the social unrest grew up. We were opening reservoirs in the morning, we were doing trenches in the morning, and at night, the Rondas Campesinas will close those. So there was this conflict, tense conflict in between the community members that would like to move on and the Rondas Campesinas. I thought that it was all part of the mining activities, so no space was to be given to them. We were able to move on as well. Development, and that's what the community members were saying. And we have these 200 families who joined this effort, and this was replicated in other provinces such as Cajamarca, Selendín, Chota, and San Pablo. We really shared the willingness of people, and we were able to do the mining companies trying to support this approach. In the case of Cotabamba, which is the other experience, we were there from the very beginning, since we were part of the whole procurement process, and there was a creation of the fund. Fund that was managed by Proinversión Minera. There were specific site bases to Canyomayo, to the specific area in Javomayo Basin, and those were carried out by the company. And they were all asking for Sierra Productiva to be part of that project. We prepared a project, we got the approval of it, but it was not implemented because we heard from a consultancy which said that it was much better to give money to the community so that they will start doing so. They start, and they even get 250,000 US dollars per family for Fuerabamba community members. They build chalets to them in the new Fuerabamba where nobody actually lives. And Sierra Productiva project proposal was left aside. We were working together with 4 communities with our own resources, with no other government or private mining sector resources. And I just want to share this with Ayahuilca, specifically in Coyurqui. With our own scarce resources, we were only working with 5 families, and they were showcasing that example. And one of the community members was become a officer at a municipality level, and the 50 families changing to the technologies that we presented in Sierra Productiva projects. Now 50 families are part of that project and visited this area 12 years later, together with a one, more technological innovation because we want to be the best in Sierra Productiva. Second, formalization, because if we had, for instance, a specific certificate or invoicing possibilities, would probably sell much better. And to get the highway built, of course, because we are not able to move through that. You don't want to work at the mining site because that mine site and they say, no, we do not want to work at the mine site. The milk we produce, cheese. It's exactly what is paid for, and we then get the money from. So this is quite an interesting response, isn't it? Just to feel and in the communities. What were we working on the progress and development of Apurímac? There are 84 units of production on family agriculture. We were thinking on implement all projects in there. Money is there. The idea is how you use, how to manage those money or monetary resources. Mhm. Instead of avoiding the whole, just even providing simply money to open up roads. I think blackmailing should be forgotten, and we should think on probably thinking on a more comprehensive development plan. There's a maximum of 300 families within this unit, so they live in dispersed areas, but it is pretty groups could move towards development. We have developed a whole approach for the whole corridor or basin at the southern part of Peru that you can also see in the slides. Looking at the implementation of Sierra Productiva in all these different areas. But it is not only productive development. The family is the main cornerstone of development. We also work on water, especially the water that could be polluted could go through the filters and be purified. We have also ecological bathroom models that allow to treat sewage waters so that they could be reused in irrigation without affecting underground water or superficial water. We also have an innovative educational program so that schools come closer to the land for it to be more practical, to become with some sort of production know-how. Different healthy food, agroecological food produced provides health. The best way to reinforce our immune systems is through a good, healthy diet. And you have to revert what the government is actually doing with Caliwarma while selling highly processed products through Alicorp, Gloria, and the other fish companies. It's actually providing those sources to the land, to the field. It is just simply providing junk food to children, making them sick and creating further health problems because malnutrition, a minimum is related to scarcity, 40%, but 60% is malnutrition due to junk food, industrialized food. So this definitely brings up lots of diabetes, obesity, cardiovascular disease, and cancer. So 90% of these people are dying due to COVID. So we come back to the idea of agroecological practices and healthy food is vital, and that could be feasible through also the progress on family agriculture and its development. Just 2 minutes left. Apologies for that, Carlos. Yes. We told the government to create a social and technical investment fund, not an assistance fund. But for those thousands of soles, you can benefit 142,000 family in the 24 departments of Peru. Five five families per district, so 143,000 families. That will mean that these 143,000 families living in the rural areas will have food security, and those will be providing also food sources to 10 consumers at the city. So you're talking about 1,300,000 additional family members. So 6 million of Peruvian families will be able to go through that leap and that big change. So how, if we look at this macroeconomically, Sierra Productiva and agriculture is supporting this process. At this time of the year, last year, Maximiza did a study, carry out a study, because the only economic sector that grew during the pandemic and the quarantine was family agriculture. And they stated that that study, that the recommendation is that no bonus or benefit or gifts should be provided, but basically to follow the Sierra Productiva approach. And these are the estimations and results from Maximize. Employment will grow to 3,500 formal jobs. Annual production per capita will move from 10,000 to 30, so three times, threefold, because of technological innovation in production. You have a growth of 26% of technological growth. Added value will be 72,000 soles, and this will lead to where exactly? Where agri-export will support 8, and innovative agriculture will probably add that to 20,000. So you will have 28,000, whereas mining at this specific time during quarantine only got 25,000 US dollars. So if there was a strong strategic alliance between the mining sector, which is the source of funds for the development of production and comprehensive production, including biodiversity, we'll be referring to agro and business together could be the main leverage for the promotion and development of Peru. The main challenge I may raise will be, it's a big question for a big challenge. Could mining companies actually create a social innovation fund to implement Sierra Productiva and Chachachi in several regions of Peru? A non-renewal activity that will contribute to development and progress of other renewable activities that will create more dynamism in local markets and will also bring peace with development and justice, social justice. Thank you very much. Thank you, Carlos, for such a good presentation. Now we will. So thank you, Juan Rodolfo, Carlos, and Leopoldo. They all brought us to really go through the biodiversity of our land. We have several agroecological areas from the sea level up to the and in Peru, as you may all know, we know our territories and land we have is from zero sea level up to the 4,200 meters above sea level. We have seen the domestication of hundreds of crops led by the potato, which is, of course, together with rice, in our main crops. As we all have heard, those are great sources of health and food that are saving us from hunger within the pandemic. I will now move on to our panel members. Apologies that I have been looking at the time. And let me introduce you Jimena Sologuren. Where his work on Jimena, she's a bachelor on Tulane University in New Orleans in the US. She also have an MBA from Centrum, from the Catholic University of Peru, and a strategic communication diploma on Lima University. She is a member of PATAS, and she is also part of the IPAE. She has published a book on sustainable development and is a keynote speaker in organized several national to social responsibility and community relationships. She is a manager of communications of Poderosa.
Muchas gracias, Elfia. Buenos días y muchas gracias por la invitación. Realmente hemos visto excelentes presentaciones esta mañana. Y si algo me queda claro de haberlas escuchado es que para lograr el Perú con el que todos soñamos, debemos trabajar en equipo, como lo dijo Rodolfo. Digo el país en el que todos soñamos, porque creo que todos queremos acá un Perú con oportunidades para todos, que sea exitoso.
We want Peru to be successful.
Confiemos en el uno y el otro y podamos desarrollarnos y crecer como ciudadanos felices. Todos queremos acá un país con carreteras.
We all want a country with connectivity, with road infrastructure, live with dignity. But how to achieve it? Maybe we will have different points of view on this regard, but we need to work together. Of course, from the role that we all play, the government, the state, people, and the private sector. I think a good example that Carlos have shared with us. These are very good examples. If we work together as a team, we could probably create development. We could have food safety and security, as well as we can hear from Ica, where you can have Cotabamba in Apurímac, where we can also achieve very good results if there's willingness to work. We have seen that whenever experts, business, Sierra Productiva, or others, and citizens would like to work together, goals can be achieved. And maybe I disagree with Leopoldo, but I think businesses are looking for innovation and development. Maybe there's less visibility, but I think that it is important to look what Agrominera is doing through different alliances with different researchers such as Poderosa and also Potato Research Center, where the company support that efforts and benefits of a potato producer, among other examples. But going back to the different stakeholders, in order to allow development, we need to work together as a team, all different stakeholders, but there's one stakeholder that has not been united enough. That's the government. 40% of the canon is applied. Thousands of millions that the government receives per taxes is not necessarily spent in the benefits of the people in this area. Unfortunately, we have heard the southern realities that Leopoldo shared with us. We need to invest on projects that will actually impact the quality of life and dignity of people. It is not just simply to build a plaza instead of building a good road, a school with all facilities, with internet connection so that students can actually learn with those means, and probably good hospitals and education so that people could stay in their places and do not need to travel so far to look for health services. I want to highlight one fact. Maybe our economic model, the one that allowed us to grow as much as we wish, is not perfect, but it is not the one we need to complain due to the gaps of our country. Issues are differently. Our authorities need to spend reserves in projects that will be focusing on territorial development with ethics and transparency. We need to build bridges of trust. And just because of time constraints, I would like to share some good examples of what it is possible. And I would like to repeat what Rodolfo said, especially one that I like a lot. If all positive people will act correctly, we will have also the same reflection in our society. Thank you, Celia.
Bien, Jimena, gracias por tu así resumen bastante.
Thank you for that good, concrete summary. And definitely, for sure, we need to provide more visibility to all the different efforts carried out by the different sectors. Now, we will give the floor to the second panel member in this specific part. I would like now to introduce, just a second, please.
Estamos con estos temas tecnológicos.
Always having some technological issues over here. Álvaro Díaz. He's a lawyer, he's a specialist on mining law and business law. He's a specialist on board and corporate cases, more than 25 years of legal experience on the mining sector, and he has worked in southern Peru, and right now in Creek mining companies. He's handling mining permits, main contracting administration issues. We have been looking at him at the prospection, conduction, and working on a mindset. Thank you. Thank you. I think we're learning a lot. I think Rodolfo, Gilmer, Leopoldo, and Lorena has been very good examples of good practices. Maybe I would like to share some comments on what I've heard. I think that there will be always opportunities and experiences that may not necessarily, if successful, may not necessarily be applicable in the same term in the same way. But again, maybe coming back to the same logic, if something works good, maybe the problem may be that we keep on doing things, but they are probably good examples that work pretty fine in different spaces. So we can conclude that if we want to have good results, we need to move ahead and keep on doing what we've been doing. So when Rodolfo Werner, when he said that the legal framework where agro-export growth was positive, it is probably a legal framework that should be kept, maybe adjusted, but that should be a trend to be still used so that agribusiness could still become or be the miracle that is already well recognized. There are other ways of growing regionally that have been tested in other places with success, such as the mining clusters, which are not only applicable for mining but to any other production activity. But it has had good results in South Africa or in Australia and Canada and Chile. I think Australia is probably the where you just group together producers with mining companies. That may be probably an appropriate solution that allow the connection of businesses and consumers, but a cluster is something different. It is an effort where you have the academia, the government, big investment such as mining companies, and local stakeholders and local businesses as well. Just to share a case closer to us in Chile, in the one of the regions in the northern part of Chile where you have the main mining operations, a governor from the left party got into office. He thought, I could be against the mining companies, or I could just simply look for the development of all in the region. So they started with this whole idea of the cluster. It means that the government will put some efforts. In this case, they will be financing a huge area to become an industrial area in that place. The government started with the three-phase connections, water, access, roads, but they also sign up an agreement with the mining companies to look at the standards, their needs, and they agree on other credited companies in order to look for the quality of specific products. So who will be working in this industrial plant or area? The local a solution that through the standards that were already set by the companies could create products that could be produced not only for mining companies but for other Chilean companies and to export as well. Also together with the academia. Why? Because it's not just simply that companies arrive and they do not have qualified staff. Institutes, universities were supporting efforts, providing resources so the local investments could be leveraged with these great large mining companies, investments that were in the area. They had a program where each local company with the innovative proposal be supported with the government. These two staff of this specific community could be trained somewhere else, either the mechanics or the accountant. So they were sent to London, they were sent to the US, so that they came back, not only to work and consolidate the strategic know-how in their own companies, but they had to replicate that effort. They have to share all that knowledge also through the academia via the universities or institutes for a specific period of time. I think that project worked so well that it was shared and with local capital from Chile. They also created a cluster for fruits, for salmon, and also for the cellulose. So they were very successful and they've been growing significantly. There are ways of working together, especially for the development, very creative that will probably give a lot of different resources and technologies. And it's also allowing the growth of technology and innovation in other areas, in other industries, like in Canada, Australia, South Africa, and in Chile. In Peru, we have ideas, but we haven't got into some concrete actions yet. While listening to Carlos Paredes, technology and development and local capacity building is so important. We should probably move one step forward, because we were saying that in one of his interviews, community members said that they do not want to work with the mine because at the end the employees of the mining company were selling the products. It is okay, but they are still dependent to the mining. But of course, yeah, but what the local communities produce have to be even more ambitious. They should be thinking of something that they could sell in Peru or abroad. Experiences with Andres Franco, a very good friend and colleague of mine, when when, when he went to Puno, he found alpaca, cold, and ichu, and those are normally to poverty. So how do you transform these three elements of poverty to competitive advantages via or the use of technology? So how they did that? Alpaca, the the threads of the alpaca have the same values of cashmere of Angola thread. So the thinner, the better, the more expensive they are. And I think it costs like $5 kilo. But if it gets thinner and thinner in a mass production, or you can produce that, the price rises up to $50, so 10 times the regular value. It was achieved by the use of technology that was created in the area with the community members, with those managing the alpaca breeders. So you have a traceability of the different threads or garments coming out from that process to have a fair price. But the capacity of exporting is also related to the quality of garment production. Of course, some women were able to look at the textiles and replicate those in their clothing, or they were using also nanoparticles of silver that were included in the alpaca clothing, so that it's healthy clothes and even smart clothing. Why? Because it's killing even viruses. Yeah. And this is one of the elements that are considered to be fighting with COVID. So imagine smart garment. And this is local technology developed together with the communities. So they just even take out from the specific thread of the Amazon will provide any sort of support for other viruses. Well, this technology, I don't want to get too technical. This is not a technology from the US or Israel. This is something that we have worked on here specifically, and the communities are so proud of that specific development, and they have feasible businesses independent to the mine. The mine could disappear, but they will keep on with their businesses, and they could probably even get more earnings. So that's a long term. And just to finalize, I just wanted to work on these specific two topics, clusters and the technological development with communities. But from what I have heard from the presentations, we still follow the same logic. They're not just stating that, but they somehow reflect on that, on these different roundtables to fight poverty versus opportunity roundtables. I think we- I think we had one year where we looked at the map of opportunities. So all communities, all regions were looking at the map and saying, "Oh, look, here you have this product or this other." But when you look at poverty, you say, "Oh, yeah, I'm poorer than you." Just changing that mindset of looking at opportunities rather than poverty should be probably things that we need to keep in mind in order to create that big change. And as Jimena said, uh, and I'm probably reflecting what Ropolo just said, minings are not using, yeah, they are using technology. I think probably Peru, you're using robotics and better water management, clean water. They have really good, incredible experiences with water resources towards the population. Cerro Verde is a very good example with water management for the is close. So they are trying to mitigate that threat of pollution, and they're trying to always look at the needs of the population and agriculture. Of course, we can keep on talking about myth in here, but I will just finalize with one myth. There are communities when you come in and they say, "What do you want investments come from?" In where in the plaza or where do you want water, potable water? What you ask, and then you come and you see a pump at home that comes to a specific funnel, and then you see that the water is clear. But and then somebody told them that that's potable water. So it is not that they do not want potable water, but they believe they have. So giving priority and knowing exactly what the communities need and what we want to do in order to help them go through a whole process of understanding exactly what is the common line in between our understanding of the other, so that we can actually clearly select what are the real priorities and what are the real needs and where can we support. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you. Thank you to all participants
Con este tema, desarrollo territorial y corredores
on
económicos.
this specific topic, territorial development and economic corridors. Thank you, Juan Rodolfo, Carlos. I will just ask you to turn on your cameras, please, so that we can have a family photo for this first section. And I just want to share with you also something we are. We have several groups in population, and we need to sum up all the different efforts. We cannot do it by ourselves, or not too weak to come and support. I will now ask you to smile for the photo, and I will give back the floor to Paola.
Muchísimas gracias, ingeniera Obregón, y qué interesante
Thank you
esta.
very much, Engineer Obregón. Very interesting what you just said. When you cannot do everything, you should cooperate. Very interesting what you have shared with us. We would like to reiterate our gratitude to the speakers, to the panel members, and to you, of course, as the leader of this blog. And the same thing that we thought yesterday. Every time the blogs run out of time because the topics are very interesting and very necessary. So we are asking the organizers to organize other types of events specifically with each one of the topics to elaborate on them, because we have professionals that are willing to share their knowledge. And now we are going to continue with the next block. But before, we would like to thank and make a special mention to our media partners that are with us in the second convention, Agrominera, Agromin. Agroexport, Energy and Mine, Exportar, Global Business Report, Agronoticias, Proactivo, the Magazine Tour Gourmet, Economía, Todo Minería, Minería and Energía, Norte Minero and Mining Actualidad. Thank you for your being are benefiting as much as us from all the lectures. We appreciate very much The specialists gave the time to contribute to the success of this event. Now we will continue with block number 2 of today. The topic is remediation of degraded zones and landscape, moderated by Paola Torreblanca. She's the Vice President and CEO of Confrontation Corporation, whose mission is to promote the economic development through the coordination of strategic alliances between universities, government, and private sector. Paola, in 2021, received a Distinguished Fellowship Award from the Peruvian Canadian Institute, recognizing her contribution to the development of international relationships between Peru and Canada. Graduated in psychology and Spanish in Chicago, graduated from the leadership program in Indianapolis and the program of development of environmental strategies of the mining school of the Laurentian University and from the administration program of Northwestern School of Management. It is a pleasure to welcome and congratulations on the receipt. Paola Torreblanca, you have the floor. Welcome. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. It is an honor for me to be the moderator of this very important topic, which is the remediation of degraded zones and landscapes. So we invite you to begin this block. Thank you. I would like to introduce today, we have three important speakers. The first one, Dr. Stefan Morgan, Administrator and Society of MEC for Teaching and Education of MBH Germany. He has a PhD in mining engineers in Germany, and he has worked in mining business for more than 7 years. He is the Director of Research and Professor in the Institute in Germany. So I am very pleased, and you have the floor. Can you hear him?
Gracias, Paola. Buenos dias. I appreciate the opportunity to give a presentation on remediation of degraded areas and landscapes, with a particular focus on Germany. After a short introduction and some definitions, I would like to present some examples on reutilization of open pits and quarries, followed by a section on rehabilitation, planning and monitoring rehabilitation, and conclude with some key messages. So first part will deal with some introductory remarks, and the key stages of the mining and mineral process life cycle are shown on this slide, as well as the main process residues. Remediation and rehabilitation will start already in the exploration phase and has to be considered throughout the lifetime of the mine. Particularly, the environmental impacts of waste rock and tailings have to be taken into account while planning remediation and rehabilitation. Here, this picture shows a degraded dump in a former lignite mine in eastern Germany. The land was not rehabilitated in eastern Germany. The waste from metal and coal mining are often managed on waste dumps. They are the most visible impacts as the result of the management of extractive waste at the surface. Hence, they might have a huge geographical footprint or land use. In the picture on the right side, you see a waste dump in operation. This picture was taken at a copper mine in Peru. On the left side, you see a picture from a rehabilitated coal mine waste dump in the Ruhr area. The aim was to integrate the waste dump as much as possible into the landscape. This is rather difficult in the Ruhr area because the landscape is flat and the waste dumps are artificial hills. Therefore, benches have been constructed in order to improve the geotechnical stability and to enable the dump usage after rehabilitation, in this case for recreation. A steel triangle have been built on the top of the dump as a landmark. Now some brief definitions, and according to the EU Mine Waste Directive, waste means any substance or object which the holder discards or intends or is required to discard. The directive defines rehabilitation as the treatment of the land affected by a waste facility in such a way as to restore the land to a satisfactory state with particular regard to soil quality, wildlife, natural habitats, freshwater system, landscape, and appropriate beneficial uses. Restoration in ecological sense seeks to artificially accelerate the processes of natural succession by putting back the original ecosystem's function and form. Remediation generally applies to the environmental cleanup of land and water contaminated by organic, inorganic, or biological substances. Reclamation is the process of converting derelict land to usable land that may include engineering as well as ecological solutions. Regeneration is demanding more from post-mining landscapes so that they can return economic as well as ecological benefits to offset negative closure impacts. Regeneration implies that the broad socioeconomic and environmental perspective is being taken, including the mine site, but also the environment and communities beyond the mine site itself. Various terms have been used to describe the repair of land disturbed by mining and other forms of land use, including rehabilitation, reclamation, reconstruction, repair, restoration, or revegetation. So rehabilitation itself comprises the design and construction of landforms as well as establishment of sustainable ecosystems or alternative vegetations, depending upon desired post-operational land use. So the main objectives of rehabilitation is to secure the long-term stability and sustainability of the landforms, soil and hydrology of the site. Also the partial or full repair of ecosystem capacity to provide habitat for biota and services for people and to prevent pollution of the surrounding environment. Rehabilitation and restoration trajectories are shown in this slide, in which the y-axis represents ecological condition and the curves show change in that condition over time for both rehabilitation and restoration. Following mining, there's typically a regression in structural and functional complexity. Rehabilitation aims to reinstate ecosystem functionality and land productivity, although it will probably assume a different land use and species composition from the original ecosystem. The new ecosystem may be larger than the original, but more productive, so as when the woodland is replaced with the plantation or grazing land. Alternatively, the ecosystem can be simpler but less productive in the form of a hybrid or novel ecosystem, such as planted eucalypts over a wheatgrass understory. In contrast, restoration has the more ambitious aim of re-establishing ecosystem structure and function to an image of its states before disturbance. Now some examples of the reutilization of former quarries and open pits. For large open pits, as in Germany, there are different reutilization options influence on the rehabilitation of grazing land or crop foresting by end lakes. For quarries and or open pits, there exist different options. Backfilling is the process of partly or completely filling a quarry void with soil, soil-forming materials, and/or waste rock in order to restore the original grade or create a new landform. Some quarries or open pits have been used in the past as landfills for waste materials like fly ash from power plants or waste incineration. Many former quarries have been turned into biotopes and natural habitats, preserving biodiversity. And also in the past years, recreation and tourism applications of former quarries have increased. Here, one example is the Brownstone Park in Portland in Connecticut. It is a privately operated extreme adventure park built in a former quarry that opened in 2008. The quarry was converted into an adventure park featuring a variety of outdoor activities like cliff jumping, rock climbing, swimming, etc. The site has become a beloved activity. Visitors range from locals to out-of-state tourists. Not only does the adventure park reuse the land, but it stimulates outdoor activities that bring people out of their home and into the nature. Similar projects can be found throughout the United States. Another example is the Eden project, which is located in a restored clay pit. The Eden project is a popular visitor attraction in Cornwall in UK. Inside the two biomes are plants that are collected from many diverse climates. The project is cited was in use for over 160 years, but in the middle of the 90s, the pit was exhausted. The complex is dominated by the two huge enclosures consisting of adjoining domes of plant species, and each enclosure emulates a natural biome. The largest of the two biomes simulates a rainforest environment, and the second a Mediterranean environment. The initial idea for the project dates back to 1996, with construction beginning in 1998, and the full site is in operation since 2001. Another example is the Groundscraper Hotel in Shanghai, a luxury resort that has 16 floors below the surface of the earth. Hence, it is coined Groundscraper in an abandoned quarry, which is 100 meters deep as the original industrial resources open pit. The pit was abandoned in 2000, and the Groundscraper Hotel now features 380 rooms, a spa, athletic complex for water sports, underwater restaurant, and a 32 feet deep aquarium. The hotel opened in 2018. The transformation from a resource-depleted quarry into a luxury hotel can generate a vast amount of job opportunities. It will also bring many tourists to the area, as the hotel is somewhat of a cross between a vacation spot and the theme park. One important aspect for success in rehabilitation is the proper planning. Rehabilitation is a costly process, and opportunities for successful rehabilitation work are often limited. So it is important that work consistently achieves acceptable outcomes. In order to be successful, rehabilitation programs must follow a number of steps. I will present some of these topics to you. Before starting the planning, the current ecological and environmental situation has to be determined in the mining area and in the vicinity of the mine. This includes the following topics: similar ecosystem diversity, community structure, presence of indigenous species, presence of functional groups necessary for long-term stability, or the integration within the landscape, and many more. Then the objectives have to be determined. The objectives can be quite different depending on the local situation. So it could be the restoration or reclamation of the area so that the pre-mining conditions are replicated or rehabilitated to improve the pre-mining conditions, or rehabilitate to a new land form, land capability, or final land use, like golf courses, land, wetlands, etc. The scale and type of mining impacts, for example, the subsurface removal during mining versus open cut coal or metal mining, together with local environmental factors, affect a mine site's ability to achieve its rehabilitation targets and objectives. For instance, mines in regions where the delivery of productive agricultural landscapes or vegetation similar to pre-existing ecosystem is difficult or impossible. This is particularly pronounced where physical resources are limited. For example, soil, physical or nutritional quality, such as in semi-arid landscapes. Combined with the scale of the disturbance due to the resource extraction method, such local environmental factors greatly influence the likelihood that rehabilitation efforts will be successful. This slide shows the relationship between the level of disturbance and the level of realistic intervention, indicating the degree of change from the historical ecosystem and corresponding financial costs of rehabilitating affected lands. During the planning, these two aspects has also to be considered. The land suitability means the measure of the capacity of the land for various types of land uses, such as conversion or cropping. Land use is the current use of the land which might be appropriate to its suitability for defined uses, or it may be inappropriate, leading to land degradation through erosion or loss of organic matter and fertility. If the land is severely degraded, then it may be appropriate to consider alternative post-mining land use options, as shown in the previous section. In mine site rehabilitation, success criteria are defined as the qualitative or quantitative standards of performance used to measure the success of rehabilitation. They represent milestones in the biophysical process of rehabilitation that provide a high degree of confidence that the rehabilitated site will reach the desired sustainable state. The mine should look for criteria that indicate the success of its rehabilitation to determine when its liability for the area ceases. Governments also want successful rehabilitations to ensure that they are not inheriting an ongoing liability or that the liability will be transferred to private landowners or the next land user in the case of public lands. The setting of goals for rehabilitation, building achievable success criteria, and matching performance indicators need to be tightly linked to bring long-term success. Not all of the criteria apply to every site, but the level of disturbance and the level of realistic intervention need to correspond to the site-specific conditions. The next is about monitoring rehabilitation, which is another important aspect in rehabilitation. Monitoring and evaluation are essential to better understand and guide rehabilitation practices. Without the progressive evaluation of rehabilitation efforts, there's the risk of reducing the credibility of the practice and the fear that the company might not rehabilitate adequately. Monitoring is the gathering, analysis, and interpretation of information, assessment of the progress and completion of rehabilitation. Monitoring commonly used in the rehabilitation context includes monitoring of water content, hydrology of waste rock dumps, etc. Management informed by monitoring auditing helps the mining company achieve acceptable and sustainable development outcomes by ensuring that processes and procedures are implemented to track social and environmental performance. The tracking of progress should determine whether agreed objectives or performance measures have been addressed and should demonstrate that success criteria have been met to show that the site is safe. A rehabilitation monitoring program consists of several main components, like technical processes, biotic variables, reference sites, biological or succession processes, in good record keeping. In particular, the good record keeping is important because the monitoring is critical in enabling managers how the history of the rehabilitated landform relates to the performance of current rehabilitation practice. That evaluation is essential in completing the feedback loop so that continuous improvement can be achieved and is vital where mine staff might not remain at the site for the duration of the rehabilitation. Effective monitoring requires a commitment to make systematic and reliable measurements that are sufficient, comprehensive, and precise enough to detect changes in conditions due to rehabilitation efforts as distinct from those due to natural environmental variation, followed by appropriate management actions if necessary. This can be only achieved if the program has several key steps. You have to identify the clear, unambiguous monitoring rehabilitation objective, establish adequate spatial and temporal coverage at many steps. A decision tree or the restoration rehabilitation decision tree can help to identify the conditions for restoration or rehabilitation, and hence benchmarking based on the scale of disturbance combined with the limitations of local climate, geology, and landforms on plant growth and ecosystem development. The first step requires a detailed initial assessment of the ecosystem function in addition to the intensive surveillance of risk. Then an analysis of landscape suitability and biological function uses the decision tree to pose a series of questions to help guide proponents to what might be considered achievable within the constraints of whether the aim of the rehabilitation is a natural, hybrid, or novel ecosystem. The emphasis is on achieving the highest possible standards of ecosystem stewardship and definitely not a compromise on the commitment to or resourcing of rehabilitation. The testing of rehabilitation outcomes against specific targets or success criteria is usually required for monitoring reporting on mine rehabilitation. The criteria used to demonstrate the progress and ultimately the success of a biophysical management process. The number of possible monitoring indicators is very large, but every selection should be appropriate to the location relevant to the defined rehabilitation goals. Generally, the selected indicators should be those that are known or expected to be the most limiting for successful landform stability, vegetation establishment, development, and sustainability. Monitoring using remote sensing techniques is increasingly playing a role in the assessment of mine site rehabilitation. High-quality airborne sensors and georeference image processing software has led to numerous new applications and technologies. Aerial photography, for instance, is used in many open pit mines on a regular basis. This allows miners to prepare some very informative spatial products, such as photogrammetrical derived digital surface models and thematic maps. From satellite datasets have enabled new methods of monitoring, such as mapping vegetation health. Airborne and terrestrial laser scanning or LiDAR is often used in mine surveying to produce a 3D point cloud. Airborne LiDAR has an advantage as it collects multiple data from points from vegetation and ground surfaces. Terrestrial LiDAR or terrestrial laser scanning presents an opportunity to obtain quantitative, highly accurate structural characteristics of landforms and vegetation. UAV is increasingly available and provides the mining industry with new approaches to vegetation monitoring. A model that complements the traditional use of plot-based assessments by capturing entire rehabilitation domains while field assessment is being conducted provides a direct link for reference. It allows the extrapolation of point measures to polygon scales without relying on statistical assumptions or increasing the time required in the field. Some key and successful rehabilitation depends on the actual situation and the legal conditions and frameworks. Actual situation could be location, size, and geometry of the pit, landform and landscape, area usage before mining, and the hydrological situation, flooding, topography, etc. The objective is what is the aim of the rehabilitation, what kind of living environment should be achieved, and what types of species should profit, probably in regards to biodiversity. And the right reutilization depends on the local circumstances of the mine and is a case-by-case decision. Some planning during rehabilitation. What are the precise objectives? Is the land suitable or usable for this objective? Regarding goal setting, success criteria, performance indicators. What are the potential risks and hazards? Are mitigation measures defined and appropriate? And is it possible to achieve the goals of the rehabilitation? Regarding the monitoring program, monitoring and evaluation are essential to better understand and guide the rehabilitation practices and is used to assess the progress and completion of rehabilitation with regard to water content and quality, soil surface stability, erosion, hydrology, development of vegetation, and the extent to which rehabilitation and final land use objectives are being met. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Dr. Mollenherr. La verdad que bastante interesante.
Thank you for your very interesting presentation.
Okay. Bueno, nuestro siguiente expositor
Well, our next speaker
es el señor profesor investigador adjunto en el Colegio de Postgraduados.
Professor and researcher in the postdegree school.
Él es profesor investigador del área de microbiología
researcher professor
del Colegio de Postgraduados,
of the School of Postgraduate by the University of Sevilla
molecular y biotecnología microbiana.
Microbionic biotechnology.
Él es, él es ingeniero agrónomo por la Universidad
He's an agricultural engineer.
Sus líneas de investigación son
Graduated
biología
in
molecular
Mexico,
y biotecnología, la simbiosis micorrícica
agrotechnology and
de
symbiosis,
leguminosas rhizobios, contaminados con
and
hidrocarburos,
also the remediation of contaminated sites
y compostaje de residuos orgánicos. Le doy la bienvenida, doctor Delgadillo, adelante.
Muy buenos días. Bueno, como ya lo han...
¿El micro?
¿Se me escucha bien? Perdón.
Can you hear me? Yes.
Muchas gracias. Bueno, voy a comenzar con esta presentación.
I'll be starting now with my presentation. Thank you. Thank you for this brief introduction.
Bueno, también voy a comenzar principalmente
I'll be starting by commenting on the degradation of soils in Mexico. I'll be then talk on the mining in Mexico and the recovery of those degraded soils, on mineral pollution, and I'll be sharing some good examples on this specific topic, and also be sharing some of the other examples, especially for those cases of a transformation on a landscape for a degraded soil. I won't be talking on
about your interesting talk. El doctor mencionó conceptos muy importantes.
He already touched upon specific concepts that I won't be talking about. So I won't be talking about rehabilitation. And he explained these differences quite in detail, and he was also referring to some specific monitoring processes. And I will be probably focusing more on the biotic side of it. And I studied my doctorate degree in Sevilla University, In 1998, there was a huge environmental event that impacted largest natural protected area in Europe, Doña Ana in the southern part of Spain. Arsenic and copper were the largest pollutants that destroyed life at that time in most of the rivers in this natural reserve. I've been working with Mexico in two main areas. The Republic of Mexico is mega diverse and it is impacted by these different regions. You have the main areas and on the eastern side, we have the highlands that go through the U.S. up to Central America, going through this peninsula. You have tropical weather conditions in Barlovento, and in Sotavento, we will have these arid temperatures. All this area of the South Gulf, it's an oil area for Mexico, and in other areas of Mexico, we will also have highlands where you have important mining activities as well. Degradation has been assessed. We have carried out a census, and I'll be showing to you some of the reference material you could have access to if you would like to get further details. With some of the data that I will be presenting are part of different brochures that were resulting from this 2003 survey. You have the huge size of country. We have, of course, Russia, which is the largest, one of the largest countries around the world, but we have 142 millions of hectares that were somehow impacted at different level of degradation. You can have low levels of degradation or high level of degradation. What these issues are working on is the lack of fertility because of the loss of organic matter, pollution in hydrocarbon areas, but also metal, heavy metal pollution and different territories, of course, salinization and eutrophication as well. This is not new. Since the creation of the new Spain, we saw the flow of different ores, gold and silver, towards the European continent during the Spanish conquest. Also were reflected in the big construction of cities at that time. Those cities, Zacatecas, Guanajuato, Pachuca, and Taxco are closely related to mining activities since those dates, but also specifically on gold and silver. But at this point, we have seen a reduction in concessions, especially for mining companies from Canada and the US. To control the extraction of ores and other important metals in our land, but in the past 18 years, we experienced a boom on concessions, even in natural areas that were officially protected and where we have seen some pollution. You can have a look at the different studies that summarize information, historical data that we had. In this case, this source I'm using in 2015, the source of the UNAM, the Autonomous University of Mexico. So we have different authors and researchers that work on these several inventories in countries as big as Mexico. So we had these values showing the pollution nationwide. I just also want to briefly skip this topic, but just to mention that we have Canadian and UK companies carrying out exploration in what we call the white gold, lithium, and all the different usages of these ore for batteries and electric cars. These have started exploration in different in Sonora with the border to the US. You have the largest lithium reservoir around the globe. Well, this is still under discussion, especially in the most important spaces of legislation, decision making, which are the Congress and those other different political spaces. Not only here, but in other countries, you've seen this increase on discussion on policy making, specifically for these new and I'm sharing a one report of last year, 2020, published in June the 6th. So what do we need to do? We need to do a follow-up process of surveillance. We have already legislation related to pollution. Standards were stronger throughout the whole process of the ore, and especially for waste management. We have specific steps in place to survey the production, so everybody working with chemicals, metallurgy, and other different sectors are working together to get cleaner resources to protect the environment. There are lots of different places that have been polluted in this country, and you have seen already some of the specific concepts related to restoration and recovery, as was already mentioned by Stefan Mollenheim. Specifically, we've been working with the biotic aspect of the assessment. So we were thinking on how plants clean soils. It is important to start with this specific reflection in order to try to replicate the work on degraded areas. In this case, we'll be focusing on the phytostabilizers, so those plants that due to the roots behavior in nearby the roots could concentrate metals so that they would move up, would stop the moving up towards the environment. Other plants that were also used, the ones that were the most studied, that have to be related to hyperaccumulation of ores at the top of the plant, as you can see in this chart. Jatropha, Brigelia, Telaxis. Those are some native plants of Mexico, especially nearby polluted systems that have this great resistance for accumulating metals. This could not be used for human or animal consumption for sure because of the high level of metals in the plants, but it could be disposed so that they will not go through the trophic chain and avoid the pollution or the contamination for the beans. We have had a group of researchers working on the institution I work in, specifically with lots of expertise in different regions of Mexico. We also have academic staff working on these several studies of wild plants. So how to clean these waters? Soils, specifically native plants, local microorganisms, some examples such as Supango and Teloyuque, which were agricultural land for forage that usually get water with the drainage residual waters. from Mexico City. You know that Mexico City is one of the largest cities in Latin America, so there's a huge amount of waste that has gone through drainages that gets up to these agricultural lands in this specific area of Teloyucan. There were some clays and minerals identified that were and plants were able to contain to try to clean those molecules that will avoid the metals in avoid therefore the pollution of that area. We've been working in other projects with other companies. Those also working with the filling of mine sites, the old pits that sometimes are filled with some such that sometimes were considered polluted. They still have the levels permissible for Mexico. We've been quite successful with the use of organic matter for these specific areas. Here you have some photos and you see the volcanic areas due to the high mountains in Mexico. We made some changes for conservation of water and soil from pre-Hispanic times that we have still been using these type of channels and canals that you see. The Azteca culture built these trenches at some point. So all these older civilizations that even use agave plants, it's natural barriers to protect and recover. Like in many centuries ago, we could probably adapt and bring back agricultural land. We have not only used agaves, which are also quite useful for our country, but important to mention the also natural use. And the one that we have been using as much, especially those legumes, these are exactly these roots, the ones that I was sharing before. You have the eroded soils, but underneath the soil, there's lots of microorganisms that are collecting and receiving nutrients from the plants that they could grow that will help the soil. Oh, you're almost reaching 20 minutes of your presentation. Oh, okay. In 5 minutes, I will finish if that's okay. Okay. So these microorganisms are the ones that we've been researching and trying to enhance their secretion capacities or transportation capacities as well. In our case, specifically, we do not want to get pollutants to come to the top of the plant. On the contrary, they want them to keep them beneath. Other groups of researchers from different organizations have also developed different studies and works related to microorganisms that are beneficial for the plants that allow it to grow stronger, and specifically the microrecycle fungus, which can be quietly used not only to collect nutrients and water, but also to add aggregates. And then they have served, be tested, are selective, and they will go and collect metals and will avoid the damage and harming of the plant that they're doing this. It's an interesting, good work. And it is also quite important to look at this since this is the symbiosis between the legumes and the fungus. Funguses that can use the oxygen, nitrogen, and use it and transform it into fertilizers. These are the only organisms that are able to do so. The nitrogen in our atmosphere is not being used by any human beings, only for this specific fungus. And fertilization carried out by the fungus directly towards the roots of these plants made it more successful to survive within these degraded soils. I'll just move quite fast, just share in my country. Phytoremediation has been quite important in these cases. These are some photos of work carried out by researchers in Zacatecas, which is an arid region in my country. Uh, during cycles, during centuries, they were using cyanide and other pollutants thrown into these waters. The still pollutant affecting this area. You see problems not only for superficial but also for underground water and also wells that could be led to pollution for human beings. In Hidalgo, another province, another group of researchers from my institution has been working in the dam, in Singapan Dam. There's arsenic pollution because of the pyrite and other ores that were found in these dam waters. Lots of works with native plants were carried out in this area, and nanotechnology has been applied to clean soils, which is also a very good example. Apart from the fungus use that have also brought lots of development in Querétaro and mercury extraction processes. There are lots of different pollution. Try to test and solve these problems with the use of native plants. Natural disasters such as the one in Sonora, which is also a dry area where you may have heard of several accidents very similar to the ones in Spain. What's coming next? Well, this is today. We have several concepts to restore different ecosystems, and like the ozone layer that used to be destroyed. We try to recover it. We will think that our studies can show that we can also recover our soils. That was a quick end. Apologies for that. I hope everything was clear. Thank you, Dr. Delgadillo. I understand that these are so interesting topics. You are passionate about it, and of course, 20 minutes is never enough. But now I'll give the floor to our next speaker. We will invite our next speaker, who is Graham Spires, professor at Fairfield School of Earth Science in Laurentian University, Sudbury, Ontario. He has been working already prior to attending university on a full-time basis. He was a New Zealand dairy farmer for 10 years. He's working on the great degree in between hobbies, and he has worked in several countries like Australia, China, New Zealand, Peru. Dr. Spires, we can hear you. Your mic is off.
Is it off now? Has that got it?
Yes, it's good. We can see your screen.
And you can see my screen. We're live. Okay.
Yes, we're live.
And you want me to run?
No, bueno, toma el tiempo, pero hay que, sí, estamos un poco retrasados. Gracias. We're a little...
Good morning, everybody. First, kind of locate ourselves on the planet. We're moving from Germany to Mexico. We're now going at the top end of the Americas, where the lights go out, as you can see on this NASA map. and we're going to talk about what happens in a place which gets frozen seasonally. As Paula mentioned, I am from Laurentian University. Climatically, we have cool winters, warm summers, and Sudbury is one of the major mining centers, has been for over 100 years on the planet. And I'll talk about what has happened in Sudbury over the past 45 years will be the focus, but I will go back and touch a little on some of the history which led to Sudbury having a landscape like the one on the left, where there was large smelter stacks. There was about 14 mines, 15 mines active at any one time in the area, over 40 or 50 mines in the history. And we've gone from a barren landscape, like on the left of the screen, through to a regreened landscape. And the experience in converting this landscape is something that we think is worth sharing with others, because the approach was unique. It was a combination of the citizens, the industry, and the government, the universities. When I say universities, I should say schools right through to universities, all working together to make a landscape change, something like you're going to see in the next few slides. These few slides actually cover the whole talk. So there was 5 slides there, which went from a barren landscape through to what is now a fairly green landscape with still patches of barren rock, but that is the nature of the geology and the soils in the area. This is essentially a Sudbury reclamation story shown in pictures. How did it happen? First, there had to be a reduction in emissions. We went from millions of tons of SO2 annually down to tens of thousands of tons and less on an annual basis over the past 40 odd years. There's been 10 million trees planted or more, plus a lot of understory work. There has been fertilizing, and the upshot of repairing these landscapes means that the hundreds of acid lakes in the area have now returned to circumneutral conditions. Historically, we started out with a logging in the area back in the late 1800s. The railroad came in as a result of moving freight and people across the country, connecting the country into a set of isolated settlements into the modern country it is today. There were prospectors. Prospectors lit fires, which led to loss of vegetation, exposed soils, and exposed root systems. The mining operations went from roast yards through to smelters. The smelters emitted sulfur dioxide in tremendous tonnages, which produced sulfuric acid, which damaged all the vegetation and acidified the soils. So we finished up with an eroded landscape. The landscape was so eroded that we, in many areas, lost over half a piece of landscape about 100+ kilometers wide. And I'll show you a few slides of that as we move through. On the mining side of it, we started with prospecting and small mines in the 1800s through until 1970, 1980, where it was consolidated into 2 major smelters. So all the mines fed into a major smelting system. And these images show time snaps from 1880 through to 1980. So that's a 100-year time span. What happened as a result of this was a huge number of ecological effects. We started out with fires to clear vegetation so that the prospectors could find the rocks. At least that's the story we always tell. There was also extensive logging for shipment of white pine, Pinus glauca, to Europe, or for building ships, or down into the States for rebuilding cities after fires. The end result was erosion, denuded landscapes. Add smelters into the mix and you get fine particles rich in copper, nickel, arsenic, cobalt, selenium, lead, coming from the stacks and being scattered on the landscapes. The end result, soil and metal contaminated depauperate soil with minimal vegetation. The actual zone is shown in this satellite image, and you can see the field of view is about 250 kilometers across. And in the center of this, the red zone with the letter A in the center is a impacted zone of over 81,000 hectares. It did have the proud label back in the 60s and 70s of perhaps being one of the most contaminated, metal contaminated sites on planet Earth. The impact was soils and lakes were all metal laden. A couple of ways of looking at this. You can see on the left image, we're up over 2,000 ppm of nickel or micrograms per gram of nickel in soils, whereas we move to background at 80 to 100 kilometers away. So that means the material comes from the stacks and gets dispersed. That also means with a landscape frozen for 4 to 6 months of the year, the metals landing on the snow melt in the snow melt and finish up in the lakes. So we see accelerated or increased metal levels in lakes for up to about 25 to 40 kilometers out from the main smelter operations. As mentioned, vegetation was very sparse, and we had not much more than a metal tolerant grasses. You can see Deshampshire agrostis here, and also a lot of willows and some birch and a few lichen species. Sparse vegetation. In the 70s, popular myth has it that this huge superstack, which was the tallest structure in the Americas for many years, was built to disperse pollution. In actual fact, the pollution was being reduced as a result of agreement and legislation between government and industry to improve practice. And it is this improved practice which dropped the SO2 emissions from the smelter operations from the millions of tons down to the hundreds of thousands of tons, down to the tens of thousands of tons. And effectively, we see the drop-off curves shown here. And each of the steps on this drop-off graph represent critical sulfur dioxide emission reductions. So smelters are closed, mills are upgraded, mining or mill operations are modified to exclude the sulfur-rich pyrrhotite, change in the way of managing and capturing gases. And then there is an atmospheric reduction project which happened in the early 2000s through to a couple of years ago, which have dropped the SO2 emissions to a level where Sudbury has some of the cleanest air in North America. So the impacts, to go back to our original type of slide series illustrated here, this pair of photographs are taken from approximately the same position. And on the left side of each slide, you can see the superstack sneaking up above the rock. And the superstack in the left image was loaded with sulfur dioxide and metals. The plume that you see in the 2016 image, water vapor. So there's very little contaminant in there. So we've gone through
5 minutes, Dr. Spears.
Sorry?
5 minutes.
Okay. We've gone through a healing process from barren sites through a liming treatment, through planting, and you can see the evolution over 25 years. The process is done, a lot of it by hand. There is aerial work distal from the roads, but there has been involvement right from grade school children through to university graduates, through to mine workers, and a continuous team of about 30 or 40 people are still operating every summer doing this process. And highlighted here We've gone from carrying seedlings in backpacks to carrying them in trailers behind quads. But there's a lot of volunteer work happens as well. Probably every child in Sudbury over the past 40 years has planted trees. The forests which were developed were very depauperate in understory species. So about 10 years ago, we started bringing in forest floors from outside the Sudbury area and replanting them, as is illustrated in these images. Sample about 20, 30 Sudbury, bring in by trucks, and then plant in quadrats scattered through the region. We're also using wastes from pulp and paper mills, municipal biosolids. We're doing some experimental work. And that is what's happened as part of the story continuously is the involvement of the university doing applied experimental work such as is shown here, where you've got students bringing material in by hand, spreading and setting up research plots. The sustainability model, as I mentioned, is driven by combining community, industry, academics, and government, everybody working together. The key thing is there has never been any blame on the cause of the problem. There has just been a focus on solutions. As well as the major areas of landscape, there's been cleanups of streams, which were so contaminated at one time, if you released fish in the stream, they would have floated. Now it's been planted along the bank, so it's shaded, it's cool in the summers. And as you can see, there is actually breeding of fish. There is fish being released on an annual basis, and it's developed back into an active fisheries. The schools in the area have been improved as a second project, and we have a competition every year. And now there's been some 30 to 40, plus 40 schools have been also regreened, and you see the students, the teachers, and the community working together along with the members of VTAC, which is the Vegetation Enhancement Group, to replant this. Over the years, there's been about of the area that was publicly owned and accessible with some industrial lands behind the company gates have been regreened. And you can see on this map these patches, and they do exclude, of course, the dense urban areas where we're got a lot of houses. One of the key things that always comes up as a question, how much did all this cost? And you can see about $32 million Canadian over the 40 plus years, but there has been nearly 10 million tree seedlings, has been approaching 500,000 understory. There's been different areas limed, fertilized, and seeded, and the forest for transplant approach is relatively small. A lot of volunteers, nearly 12,000 volunteers. So there is also in residential properties. So the key to the success actually is that it's been run by a volunteer group. There's been industry cooperation, municipal and government leadership. There's been a few academic professors involved. There was no finger pointing, and the early signs of planting looked like it was going to work, so that provided encouragement to the people. And you can see the left image, there's actually about 60 people scattered across there doing various aspects of the registration of the restoration work. There are challenges. We have to complete the project. We have to increase biodiversity. We have to continue with watershed restoration. We have to deal with climate change, which is changing the environment. And a key thing is maintaining community interest, because the current young generation sees Sudbury as being this green city in the center. They don't realize there is still ongoing work because they haven't seen the damage. But we've had 40 years plus of work. We have now active gardening. We have recreation on the lakes. We have good fisheries, and also a lot of winter sports on the lakes as well as summer sports. So I think that is my presentation. We've changed Sudbury from a denuded city to a very, very nice place for people to live. It's a home to industry. It's a beacon for mining globally, and we're happy to share what we've learned And I thank you for your attention.
Muchísimas gracias, Dr. Spires. La verdad que ha sido un honor, muy buenas exposiciones.
Thank you. You had a very good presentation. Our three speakers have explained very clearly what can be done to remediate in mining and also other industries of this nature. Here we can see what can be achieved when we join in government, community, and also university. That was an excellent presentation. Thank you very much. And kindly turn on your camera so we can take a picture. Thank you. Thank you for this interesting blog, second blog of video generation. Thank you very much to the distinguished speakers with a very international blog. Thank you very much for your contributions, for the experiences that you provided from different places. And all of this contributes to enrich all the people who are listening to you. Thank you for joining us. Now we will continue with the next blog.
Move on
The topic that we have is
to our
harvesting,
next
water
topic,
harvesting and
water
management.
harvesting as management. And that will be led by Nicole Bernex. She's the president of the Geographical Society of Lima. She's an engineer with a vice president and full member of the National Academy of Sciences of Peru, national local point with a water program of Inter-American Network of Academies and Science, president of the board of directors of the Scientific Institute of Water, director of Geography Commission and International Geographical Union, director of several research projects and programs. She has been chair for Latin American and Caribbean of the Scientific Committee of the United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, visiting professor of various national and international universities. He has had more than 160 publications, including books and articles. It is a pleasure to have Nicole Bernex with us. Welcome. We invite you to turn on your audio, please. Good morning. Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I think that we may probably have a concern because the speakers are still not in the room. I think they're still in the small breakout rooms. Maybe you can help me out so that you can let Engineer Sillonis and Engineer Abelardo de la Torre to join us in this main room. I think now we are moving them to this main room. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Paola, and thank you all for waiting just a few minutes before we start.
¿Ya se encuentran?
I think now they are already in the call, so I can give you the floor now. Okay. Good afternoon already to all of you participants and attendees. We are going to be starting with a next topic. Water is key, is essential for life, and we cannot still keep on wasting it, polluting it, and blaming that there's a water scarcity issue. Water is everywhere in nature. And we need to have to bring back the place water used to have, the care that it needs to help us all. Water is a source of life for the blue planet. This is a multidimensional planet, has water as a driver. Today, within the integrated management of water resources, we will talk on a key topic: water harvesting and management. You cannot harvest without considering the integrated management. And the two keynote speakers of this session will be sharing their experiences with us. Fernando Silionis will first take the floors, and he will have 25 minutes allocated for his speech, and then we will give the floor to Abelardo de la Torre. I'll start by introducing Fernando Silionis, who studied economic engineering at the National University of Engineering in Peru. He has an MBA from the Wharton Graduate School, the University of Pennsylvania, USA. He was the regional governor of Ica in the period 2015-2018, where he fell in love with water, and he member of several boards and agricultural, mining, university, and journalistic institutions, among others. He is currently the head of Agrícola Tambo Colorado, and he is the president of Información. Fernando, it is a great pleasure to welcome you and the screen, and it's yours. Thank you, Nico. It is also a privilege for me to share this space with my good friend Abelardo de la Torre. He's also as passionate as I am, like you and many others, on water management in the whole concept and ideas and water harvesting, water management. I would like first of all to thank Agromin because of its great efforts to show the world, not only Peru, that agriculture and mining can be brothers, can be compatible, and we can support each other. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me to talk about one of the most exciting topics for me, specifically water and water harvesting specifically. I will now share a short video with all of you where I'm sharing the know how the concept itself. I just want you to watch these all expressions, attitudes towards this type of projects. If you allow me to, I will share my screen, and then I got into some further details. I'll be now sharing my sound in my screen. Please let me know if you can hear it. Just a second, please. I'll close this WhatsApp window. It is here. Okay, I just want you to watch the emotions. So have a look at those emotions that I'll be sharing. I think now you can see that, right? Water harvesting in Ica Highland. in San Jose de Curis, opening of 14 water reservoirs for irrigation purposes of pine trees within the project water harvesting and water management. From the regional government committed with the population to work on the construction of more reservoirs and this catchment area to create that. You taught us why we need to work on the benefits of this project, and now it is so clear to me that we made so many mistakes. That stop. Community members thank the authorities to make this a reality. They weren't thinking that water harvesting and management could be possible for the future. Thank you, engineer, for helping us. I normally call you by phone, and it is hard sometimes. You may all not know how much we have been talking through the phone to get this reality. I'm glad for this project development. We owe you all this.
Eso es lo que se logra cuando se
This is
une.
what we can all make possible when we join technical and political and human forces together. Thank you all. It's a great opportunity. Make applauses. What are we going to do to keep this guy here? We need to start with an initiative along other communities. As not a director, we should try to work so that we can keep it here, not only for 4 or 5 years, but longer. So he can stay here and die in here, in this land. The will, the hard work, we achieved something that we have never dreamt of. I was born in here, I was raised in here, and this is like a dream. This is a dream that become true. We need to work harder to keep it alive and to use and look at for better conditions so that we can keep this project running. For community members, this is an historical moment. This, in other parts of Peru, we need to keep on moving and thinking. We see people coming back from the cities to their city of origin because we are also creating new job opportunities for our community. I would like to thank our agricultural specialists who have supported expansion of the agricultural office. I'm very pleased and happy. Maybe this is the first time we're looking at the results of this project. So how excited it is for a producer to look at water to irrigate in lands. Well, I hope you were able to feel the expressions of gratitude from this type of projects. As you may all be aware of, the different sadly are other stakeholders or movie stars. These are community members that will simply share their thoughts. They said that it's the first time in their lives that they experience this type of project. They've never seen something like that. And at the very end of the video, one stated that they seen the coming back of migrants that came to big cities due to poverty reasons. They migrated to Lima and they're coming back at this point now because they see that there are new opportunities. So this is the power of water. The idea is to preserve part of rainfall water that specifically at this time of the year, rainy season has just started now in the highlands as was in Cusco last week, 3 days. The 3 days we had strong rainfall that will stay probably until May next year, and then we have dry season in the highlands in all around Peru in the Pacific and the Atlantic borders. Both have also this different rain season. Sometimes people believe that the Amazon rainforest will not have dry seasons. No, but we want is water so that we can bottom of the catchment towards the lower parts of it. One thing is to have water in the river, and something else is to have rains and rainfall. In the case of the Amazon rainforest, we have specific conditions for those producers in Marañón. For instance, I've seen some livestock dying because of the scarcity of water where the river Marañón no water. You have Marañón, which is one of the largest river, but it could not get up to those lower streams. So the idea is to control the water, and the only way to control this resource is by storing it upstream. Therefore, the water harvesting and management projects should be projects at national level, actually worldwide. But I believe that you have seen how clear and simple it is. It consists on the construction of the small and medium-sized reservoirs of those reservoirs in the video. Some had 200 or 500. You will build 20,000, 100,000, depending on the area. But you also see large opportunities for collecting and harvesting water, specifically when you have specific plains in the highlands that will lead to a specific slope. That I think you saw that in the video. It was just a simple control. You can store water, let's say 1,000 cubic meters of water, but what is the difference in between the large dams? Let's have a look at Chavimochic 3, for instance, Palo Redondo Dam. Those big, large dams, reservoirs, these huge, colossal projects are very complex, politically, socially speaking. And nowadays, I do not want to be basically large projects. Majestu, for instance, in Cusco, there are so many conflicts between Cusco and Arequipa. And unfortunately, the governor of Arequipa is imprisoned because of corruption. The vice governor has died due to COVID. So it is a chaos at this point. And corruption is Cusco, we may all be aware of, has lots of ex-governors that are in jail. The same applies for several mayors. And of course, the corruption at the central government level. Negative expectations of Mahesi was to, I believe, I hope it's not the case, but I believe that that will be stopped for even Chavimoche 3, which is already 70% progressing, thank you to the Odebrecht and this who was working under this specific project was due to all this bribery corruption case. So I think that that will probably this project, but a small dam, small reservoir project does not create any large conflict. So you have seen the emotions, the feelings as I highlighted at the very beginning. They were very thankful because of this specific project. So my recommendation is to probably look at that specific case. As you can see, there's no concrete, there's no steel. It's basically earthworks, geomembrane, protection, lots of community work, and this is complemented with forest plantations. In the case of Ica, Huancavelica, we were planting pine, and some will probably question pine plantations, but again, there's no bad tree. I believe any species is good to collect rainfall water. Along the years, those pines will grow, and thanks to that, we may probably have a forest, and that specific forest will also have those specific management purposes. You see a deer at the very last part of the video. You can see that out of the blue, animals will come in. You come to this very desertic, rocky rains. In people, people have water during dry season, and that's very important for them. Community members say that and they say that during rainy season, of course, those are the hardest. So this technology allows to collect waters for those specific seasons. So you will harvest water, you will then use it. You have regularly that community members and producers, small producers could have access to water for irrigation, for domestic use, for agricultural use. Thus, before they had this migration worth more than worth. I think there's also, and unfortunately, the project that I started with Huancavelica together with ICA Huancavelica, MANRI organization was all humans field. We fight against each other. We do not necessarily follow good examples of previous administrations, and unfortunately, that has been the case of the current. With my peer, Clodoaldo Alvarez, we were able to create this friendship, this brotherhood within the water management. These small reservoirs are in Belica, and they were built with eco resources. But we started an open dialogue, and again, this is another video that shows that friendship, that brotherhood that I would probably would like to see in between and along all the coastline and the highlands. Sometimes we are fighting against each other among Peruvians. There's a strong division and issues in between the highland and the coastline. This has to be changed. In the case of Ica, we proved too that it could be changed, and I will show a shorter video this time to show this friendship I'm referring to that allowed us to build the reservoirs. Briefly.
Con ese video y déjeme salir de acá un ratito, ¿ya? Y este es el video que quiero mostrarles.
Quiero agradecer a Huancavelica por estos 3 años de hermanamiento. Todo lo
I
compartimos.
would like to thank Huancavelica. We were sharing water and all different resources. Water will be shared for all different regions, upstream and downstream. We're very happy and very thankful. A bright future. Both Ica and Huancavelica will have water 12 months of the year. After 100 of years, we were able to sit together and carry out an analysis. Of course, the path wasn't easy. There were some issues, but still, bringing together planning, we were able to get up to good results. And the first time that we met, we were reflecting on when are we going to achieve this, and we were able to do so.
Esa experiencia fue maravillosa, ¿no? Maravillosa, pero qué...
This was such an excellent experience, but how far it feels at this point, especially in the current circumstances. I see Puno. I see Cusco fighting against Arequipa. You see conflicts raising from Ayacucho. These are human beings that are actually sharing those feelings of brotherhood and friendship. For Ica and Huancavelica, between 2015 and 2018, we showed that we can create value along the whole catchment. Some think that the resource should be only for Ica. There were some people from Ica saying that Ica was producing more, therefore there should be a majority of representatives from Ica and a minority of Huancavelica because of the value of the production of Ica is larger than the one in Huancavelica. What can be used as a specific argument is not necessarily applicable for this sort of brotherhood. It has to be based on trust, respect, justice, solidarity. What we achieve, what we did from PETAC,
Y ahora, para terminar, permítanme una sugerencia. Yo creo en este proyecto, ¿no?
I believe in this project.
Yo propongo un canon hídrico.
I propose a water tax, a tax specific for water, so that producers from ICA, parts of the catchment, that pay thousands of soles, part of those specific taxes, like the mining tax, should go to water management activities so that we can preserve water. Different to non-renewable resources, agricultural will prevail, will continue because it depends on the water cycle. It is eternal, endless. We will always have rainfall.
Por ejemplo, hacer autónoma de la política,
to make an autonomous entity of water, especially that organizations such as ANA, that is not political. ANA depends on the Ministry of Agriculture, and therefore the head of ANA is being changed as well. We believe that ANA authorities and the whole institution should not be dependent on the Ministry of Agriculture, but basically should be probably a very independent authority like the central bank. We have specific authorities that could be changed because of the changes of political governments, but I will probably foresee and would like to expect to have this sort of independent agency so that politics would not impact these specific water harvesting and management initiatives. This is basically what I just wanted to share with you. Thank you very much for allowing me to share my experience between the time I was working in ICA with ICA and Huancavelica. Nicole, I can hear you.
Thank you very much, Engineer Fernando Sillones. You have shown that all the territories are territories with water, but there is no a real water culture, which is essential for life. Thank you. And now I'm going to invite Engineer Abelardo de la Torre, but I want to introduce him first. Abelardo de la Torre, he is an agricultural engineer from the Agrarian University. He studied a post-degree in saline experience in his profession. He's a specialist in the comprehensive management he worked in plants of agricultural development and director of multiple projects. Projects based in Chile and Costa Rica and Panama. He is the president of Asociados. him here with us today. You have the floor, Ingenier de la Torre. You have the floor. Well, I think you can hear me well. Yes. Thank you. Thank you, Nicole. I'm very pleased to be here and share this time with you many times. Likewise with Fernando. He has been struggling for the things that he has shared today. I have worked almost all my life to this, and I was lucky to work in what I like. I think progress has been made, but the task ahead is huge. Yeah, your presentation is out of the screen now. Okay. Well, I will begin with this presentation. Okay. I heard today many of the things I had anticipated to mention. Water, as Nicole says, is the most appreciated resource that humankind has. As a result of an unnatural growth of the population, and because of the growth that we had in the last 20 or 30 years, there is more pressure about the need to have available the resources. The population is more demanding, not only in terms of quality, but also in quantity. There has been a deterioration. When the ANA was created, the National Water Authority, there has been a lot of knowledge that has been conveyed about the responsibility in the use and the management of the resource, in this case, the water resource. I would say that that was successful. I would like to begin by saying this because many of the problems that we have now that have not been overcome could be mitigated because there was education, and I felt very proud to listen to the activity. But what started not only with regard to water, but with other sectors, what we're living now is that we have not changed the culture. That is something I'm going to elaborate on.
Lo invitamos a colocar, a hacer clic donde dice reanudar presentación para colocar en pantalla completa.
Perdón.
Sí, ahora. Muchas gracias.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, now we can see it. So, because the culture did not change, this means that notwithstanding that there is an understanding of authorities and laws, unfortunately, the authorities are not entrusted for the resolution, and the decisions made are not accepted easily, and there is a lot of opposition, and that is making it difficult to keep moving forward in the implementation of projects in all the pending tasks that we have. This is something I wanted to begin by recognizing that this is a vital resource, but it is very difficult to make progress now in its development. Very briefly about the availability of the resource, I would like to mention that the agricultural sector otherwise it is difficult the water that is being used. The water used is about 30 billion. So if we see the percentage, we will see that the agricultural sector is using 24% of that water. On the other hand, we make a contrast with the mining activity, that so many issues arise regarding the mining activity. The mining activity, including the informal ones, are using 2.5% of the whole water. If we take the informal people out, at the National Water Authority, they keep a record of the formal use of the water that is being distributed. Only uses 2.5. So it's a rather small amount. The industry is using about 10%, and the population sector is using 12%. So this sometimes makes it difficult to understand the situation, especially with the mining sector of opposition to the use of resources. Somebody said the mining sectors usually are in the heads of the basins. Yes, that is right, in the high altitude that have been defined as basin heads. And they claim that the mining activity use all the water, but they don't. But the truth is that there are no more users in the head basin. Mostly the activity there is the mining activity. I'm talking about height more than 3,000 meters high. So that is not good for many activities. So there is not much activity except for the mining activity, where mines are more located. So the water that they use is still very low if we compare with it to the resources available to the country. So these are general aspects, but I wanted to mention them to start. Well, there is a poor distribution of the water because it says that, like the president says, it is a rich country in a country of poor people. We are a country rich in water, but the resources are still scarce. So this is due to a poor distribution of the resource. 1.7% is in the coast, where we have 60% of the population, and 98% is in the Amazon region, where we have very few people, and 0.3 in the Titicaca Lake. Water it's a seasonal activity, so we have 80% from January to March, and we need the water almost all year around. So all of this takes us to understand that we need to improve the infrastructure. Then we also have the information that there are 30,000 billion cubic meters of water that we are managing in our we cannot increase because availability liters per habitant a year we have in the basins. When you consider that the availability is lower than 1,200, there is a stress situation, water stress. In the case of Lima, Ica, and Tacna, the availability is less than 800. So it's a very severe stress. However, we do not notice the stress just because the difference is replaced by virtual water. Energy sources that are different, and we have to take into account that the import of many products for our life come from abroad. So in this way, they replace the deficit of availability of water that we should have for our life to be viable. We should understand this as such. The problem is that when you see each location specifically, you will realize that sometimes the virtual things do not replace the needs in a region, differences of development from one region to another. And this is not going to be possible if we do not improve the water availability. I think that we do not clearly understand that we have a deficit. We have stopped making works that will enable to improve, and we have to differentiate there the need of infrastructure in the coast that but I think that somehow we overcome, we solve the problems. Efficiency were made. We achieved what was possible to achieve. We never thought the efficiency is below 30%. It is very difficult. The small farmer cannot do it himself. They lack technology, infrastructure, economic capacity. But who had to do it did that for the large agriculture, improving the efficiency of use that reaches at 75%. They have adapted areas of high yield that they are exporting. So in the rest of the country, they are using 14,000 cubic meters per hectare. Now there is agriculture with 4,000 in Ica. I have assessed the specific projects of big exporters to make some recommendations. I was surprised that they are producing with 4,000 per hectare in the blueberries, in grapes for export. With the, that's only about the technology, agricultural technology. That what is important is that they have decreased the consumption of water. They have made progress of something that was viable, and they reach high efficiencies for the small farmer. Well, we need to reach the small farmer. They have lands of 1 hectare, but that's a different story. That is something that I feel we can make progress, but the work is not receiving the emphasis necessary. So the development of the country in a sustainable way, we need to improve the water security with quality information, official information. ANA has an excellent information system that has received several awards, but the truth is that it is not so easy to access by the common citizen. I worked there and I was in the direction. I know we still were not able to make this data available to the citizens. I know they do have it in the system, but it is not so easy. They need to improve the accessibility to the information that ANA generates. Well, there is another detail that INADE was an institution created for water projects. And from then, we had 20 large projects in the coast and 15 in the rest of the country. They had plans, very well defined plans in the short, medium, and long term, with priorities for the execution. But that disappeared. Nobody's taking care of that. Everyone is looking for specific projects. That is why there is no project one wants to be given attention, and the projects are building up, and nobody is doing anything about them. I have an assessment of the current situation of projects. I identified the 40 most important projects in Peru that have invested trying to promote these water projects. And we're talking about $6 billion anticipated to invest. Now, ask the government to give $6 billion, it's impossible. So these are projects that have been left behind. They generate expenses, they have staff that are still managing, but the projects are still. And the projects that are most mentioned, as Fernando mentioned, Chavimochic, Chinecas, Alto Piura, Tumbes, Majes project, that's 4 billion. How are they going to invest 4 billion in 5 projects? These projects, well, the figures sometimes are not clear. Sometimes they talk that they're necessary to have negotiation, but they need to build a tunnel in the case of Alto Piura, or a channel to take the water to the other areas. So they need to develop the soil. Somebody has to invest there. Are we going to get this? This is the life of the project. Well, we're not looking at the highlands area. There has not been the same emphasis in developing the Sierra, the highlands, than the coast. So there are many projects. In the highlands, we could implement thousands of projects. But there we have the projects that Pronamas and Medis and several the importance of executing this type of projects today, tomorrow, etc., to close the gap of needs in a very localized way, not at national level, but for specific locations. So this planning, well, I have made several presentations. When you analyze the situation of Peru, I think the authority most prepared to do it is the National Water Authority, ANA. And I think they would like to do that, to work in projects. But that's not among their functions. And when I tried to have some time to do something about it, the Ministry of Economy and Finances never approved that. Well, we got something in a project with the funding, partial funding from the World Bank, Huancavelica, to promote the development of a region. We need to create. Somebody has to do it. Otherwise, we are not moving, or we are moving without knowing what is our aim. And we don't know if we will have the resources for that given project. This is one of the main difficulties that I see. Well, I also think it's important to formalize the rights of use of water. The farmers want to formalize their rights, but the difficulty they have is because they lack documents to improve the efficiency of the use, protect and recover the quality of water is one of the big problems. It is as bad as not having water. Otherwise, the water is going to become very expensive. And this is something that the laws have overlaid. So the Ministry of the Environment and the Water Authority, and there are some confrontations. It is not easy to reach an agreement. So there is something that needs to be fixed there in terms of water quality, to improving the quality of water and to prevent climate risks. It is something that it is not well managed, that will go to a specialized institution. In Peru, we have the standards for the proper management of water, but the problem is how to implement the regulations. The problem of management of water in Peru, the institutionality of water, the councils for the management of water resources in the basin have not been implemented. There are two institutions to avoid conflict. That's the Council of Water Resources of the Basins. I'm talking about the comprehensive basin. Those councils are fundamental. They were considered at an international level great decision of Peru. And I was lucky to work with governments of other countries, supporting them to do it, and they are very happy with what they have achieved. But here in Peru, the council was created. We have 17 councils created, making progress with regard to the organization. Most of them are working and to have a comprehensive management plan for the basin with the participation of all the representatives in the water use in a given basin. The council is formed by them. There are 17 to 30 people. They can reach, even if they take some time, they have their management plan approved by a supreme resolution, and that has to be pushed by the regional president. If it is more than one regional president, because there is a need of 3 regions, all of them have participated. However, none of them is supporting what they approved. They have forgotten about it. What has to be done? What is the priority? Who is responsible for what type of resources, etc. The ANA usually finances that. It will take between 24 to 30 months to do it. That to build the committee will take maybe 1 year. It is not easy to select who should be part of those councils to avoid duplicity or trends from sectors in the decision making. And then we have the formulation of the plan that will take 18 months. You only have 4 minutes. So this is what the Peru is not an agricultural country. It is a country of agriculture, of farmers. And I say that because Peru is a territory that's very adverse for agriculture. We have the desert in the coast. We need a lot of investment to work in agriculture, good agriculture. In the highlights, it's very rough, with a very adverse climate, with droughts and frost. And in the Amazon, it's excessive and permanently humid, and it's protected as a reserve. So agriculture faces difficulties. Well, about the jungle, Well, we cannot have an excessive agriculture. They mostly have the forest reserves and a small field for agriculture. This is the Inca hydraulic engineering. They learned how to handle the highlands because of the territorial limitations. They learned to adjust the territory and to have a good practice for irrigation, looking for water to take it where it was necessary. Sowing and harvesting of water. This, in recent years, this practice has been increased. The government has been supporting this. It is natural to know that you need to have the coches that are very small ponds for different areas of users, and these are the cloud. But this is all a place. There are programs for ANA allocates resources. Well, once that Sierra Azul was created, they are going to implement the sowing and harvesting of water, allocating 5 more millions to continue advancing in this infrastructure to improve the engineering of water for agriculture in the highlands. Finally, I would like, I always try to relate the areas of high conflict that we have, that the conflict of agriculture with the mining areas. The agricultural user, or at least the population, defending the agriculture, always blames the mining activity. However, the importance of mining, well, we are aware of that. Mining contributes 60% in the past 10 years of exports of Peru. And the agricultural sector on average was about 13%, which is very important. And in the past 3 years, it reached almost 15%. That represents $10 billion in exports, so that's important. But if we relate this to the water consumption of mining, the agricultural sector is using more water. So it is important. The sector is important. It is not the big consumer. To highlight the mining projects that have been stopped, they usually started discussing about water. Water was the main issue. I was lucky to talk they mindset because water was not the big issue of the mining activity, because at the end, if there was the use or contamination, that could be solved easily, and that is being done. And these oversight entities are behind that. So the argument of water to oppose mining is changing to the environmental issue. Water is not mentioned so much, mostly by people who are not aware of the conflicts, but now they are more focused on the environment. I'm going to elaborate. There is not such a conflict. Water, it is not a problem for the mining activity because they have a minimum consumption and they have learned how to recycle water in order not to have problems in terms of the consumption. Well, that was what I wanted to share with you, to give you a quick overview of the water management in Peru. Thank you very much, Engineer Abelardo. And especially for specifying not only the management problems for water, that we still do not have integrated management all over the territory to clarify the head basins, taking into account that everywhere in the territory, water is important. And also, as engineer Fernando Sillones mentioned, there was something that aroused my interest. Engineer Sillones said, the citizen, through the community people, through the farmers, listening to their perceptions, to their experiences. And you have shown us how at the global level, there is no reason to be in opposition to mining and agriculture, not only at the water level, but also at the economic, political level. What I'm going to propose to you, could you please take out the presentation from the screen?
Por favor, que deje de compartir.
Yeah, only stop sharing the screen, but please don't go away. Well, I ask you to each one to give a final recommendation. Fernando, you said about the exporters in the coast. We should also think in the agro exporters from the jungle to the highlands. And Abelardo, the recommendation is you have had so many responsibilities, not only 2 times as a head of the ANA, but you know Peru in the inside. In each, you have worked in a lot of projects. What recommendations could you give today not only to build friendship but brotherhood between the regions, but also to build and to return the self-esteem, to make the communities companies, to make them feel that they are a family. Fernando, you have the floor. Nicole, Ica has 4 basins, the Rio Chincha, San Juan, the basin of the Pisco River, the basin of the Ica River, and the basin of the Rio Grande. They have 4 basins. They don't have any more basins. And we have harvesting of water in the 4 basins. The 3 first ones are bordering with Huancavelica and Rio Grande, with Ayacucho, with Lucanas. In Huancavelica, we have a border with Castro Virreina in the north and Guaycara in the south. And in the case of the basin of San Juan River in Chincha, the works of sowing and harvesting of water was made by the Cerro Lindo mines, the mining company, Ally, in water strengthening. And today, in the low part of Chincha, they have more water. People from Chincha sometimes do not realize, because this work is built in the highest part of the Cordillera. And that was done by the mining sector. So speaking about recommendations, I would disseminate this information and I would convince the mining companies to work more on sowing and harvesting of water instead of municipal palaces and monuments that do not have the repercussion of sowing and harvesting of water. For that, I also like to suggest to have the water, but works for taxes is a mechanism that would enable the mining companies to build reservoirs. The officials from finances by trees, but we were able to convince the Ministry of Economy and Finances that Cerro Lindo finance a lot of reservoirs, millions of plantations in the forest through works for taxes. So looking for that type of mechanisms to unite not only the coast with the highlands, but also agriculture and mining. That would be my suggestion. Thank you very much. And if you allow me, we could add one brother because Sedapal, the mining companies are going to transfer the water that they do not use directly to the watershed to add 18% of water and to allow to avoid water problems for the city of Lima for the next decade. Thank you very much. Yes, that is important. Abelardo, what recommendations could you give us?
Quería recordar que
I just wanted to, well, I was remembering that when we proposed the councils for the basin resources, our proposal was for the Committee of Basins that was inspired in a very good experience in Arequipa, that there was a water table that was formed, table of discussion that was formed by mining companies, electricity companies, the main companies of development. And I saw they got together every week and they discussed what needed to be done every week. And they discussed based on several objectives that they have. And when something needed to be done, they discussed who is in charge, and they solved it. I thought that was wonderful how they decided how much water to open, what days the impoundments were going to be open, and even new impoundments were agreed, who was going to pay for that. So that is why I like that so much, that work. I also saw it in Piura and Lambayeque. So I said, we need to have that, an institution, a formal institution. That group was not recognized as an institution. I expect there is a formal committee to work with ANA, but not as part of ANA, but they could come and say, we are concerned about this, we need your support, etc. Was a mistake because they removed the freedom of proposal and action to that council. They cannot do anything if ANA doesn't support them. So this is what I always think. It should work, but as it is right now, I see it's difficult. That council should work because they have to approve what they are going to do. Just to finish, I think they would recognize that the conflicts arise because they need to support more the Sierra, the highlands. They need to make the same effort. In 2009, I said in ANA, we have a big challenge to do in the highlands what has been done in the coast, providing technical support. That means to see how they can sell their production, everything. That is why the council Thank you very much. Of all the members of this blog.
Vamos a comentarle a nuestra audiencia.
We
Nosotros
would
estamos
like to
en una
tell the
especie de
audience
backstage,
in
hablando
the
muy
backstage,
poquitos, pero
speaking
esto
in
está saliendo
Zoom,
en vivo,
but
por
this
supuesto,
is
a la
in
plataforma de
live
Agromin,
by
donde
Agromin
las personas que
platform,
nos están
where
siguiendo tienen
people who
muchas
are following us
posibilidades
have
de
many
ver las exposiciones
opportunities
y, por
to
supuesto,
see the
también la feria
presentations
de
and
exhibición.
also
Una gran
the
sonrisa de
exhibit
la
fair.
audiencia,
A big
agradecerle a la doctora
smile
Nicole
and
Berlanga por
thank
haber generado
you
este
for
expositorio, por haber
leading this
compartido
blog
sus
and to the
experiencias
speakers for
y
sharing
sobre
the
todo la
experience,
vocación de
and
servicio que
especially
tienen
for the service
ganas
vocation
de
that you
salir
have
adelante y haber
and
compartido todas
the
las
wish you
experiencias con
have
nosotros.
to
Muchísimas
share
gracias.
all your
Adiós.
Otro de los temas fundamentales que realmente da para seguir
fundamental topic. We have reached the end of this morning. Now we invite to visit the stand.
Agrominera y comentarles cuáles son algunas de las empresas e instituciones que nos están acompañando.
These are some of the companies that are working with us.
S.A., Ferreiros, Ingemet, IPESA, La Perú e IRL, Ministerio de Energía y Minas, Newmont y Anacocha, Sociedad Minera Cerro Verde, Saudar Perú, IGH Group, Minsur, Montali S.A., Macusani Yellow Cake, Embajada del Reino Unido, Cámara de Comercio Peruano-Alemana, Euroelec Perú S.A., ADAS, Asociación Gremial de Riego y Drenaje Agrid, Ingeniería Wiscon Chile, Hubday Perú, Citepapa, ADERS Perú, AGAP, Asociación de Gremios Productores Agrarios del Perú, Instituto de Ingenieros de Minas del Perú, TECSUP, ISTAS SAC, Paltarumi, SAC, SRK Consulting Perú, Asociación Los Andes de Cajamarca, ALAC, Museo Agua, Tierra, MAT, Corporación ADERS, Museo de la Papa y la Biodiversidad, Perú Láctea, Tacna Innova y CITE Agroindustrial Moquegua. Todos ellos pueden encontrarlos en los stands en esta feria de exhibición que tenemos. Para iniciar un nuevo tema, gobernanza para la reactivación económica.
We're going to meet again at 3 p.m. to talk about competitiveness for agriculture and mining. We will have different topics. We're going to have excellent speakers that are joining in this second agro-mining convention. Thank you very much. See you at 3 o'clock.
Adiós.
Hasta
Gracias.
luego.
Hasta luego.
Gracias.
Muchas gracias a todos. Hasta la próxima.